Okay. Hello and welcome to Qubes OS Summit 2025. My name is Piotr Król. With me is Marek Marczykowski-Górecki, and we would like to welcome you to the Qubes OS Summit in Berlin. A couple words. Okay, this is our poster. This is the event page. Maybe easier is to get into events 3mdev.com, and then you will find the link to that. Conference organizers are 3mdev and Invisible Things Lab. And I would like to welcome our sponsors. First of all, our Platinum partners, Freedom of Press Foundation. Thank you very much for sponsoring us. So Freedom of Press Foundation sponsored us for a very long time, so thank you very much for that. We have new sponsors, ExpressVPN. Thank you very much for sponsoring us. Gold partners, Malvat VPN. Thank you, Malvat, for sponsoring Qubes OS Summit. So you have plenty of VPN vendors to choose from. And silver partners, Nova Custom, NitroKey, and PowerUp Privacy. Thank you. So Nova Custom is a laptop vendor. NitroKey delivers also laptops as well as crypto tokens, USB tokens. And PowerUp Privacy is an organization that sponsors privacy projects. They have very nice website. You can go there, take a look what they're doing. Very interesting stuff. Okay, there are also individual contributors which may be a little bit smaller donation, but also very important. So we would like to recognize also Startups Ltd, who sponsor us second year or third year in a row, and Paul Szabo, who contributed also through Open Collective. Okay, these are the logos of the previous events. It's already seventh event. First was in Gdańsk in Poland in 2019, and then we evolved into fully featured event like today. I'm very happy that I see so many of you. The list is even bigger. I guess that some will join later. And maybe let's talk a little bit about the achievements. Maybe I will talk about the vision on the next slides, but what is important, we added couple, maybe not so many because last time we added 50%, but 50% from 6 to 9 is, but still, we have 11 platforms. Of course, not all of them are still in the shops because some of them get old, but anyway, total number of certified platforms is 11. I guess there are some also in progress, and we will talk about that during the event. There is a very good year in adding the Qubes HCL, so hardware compatibility list, some platforms that were reported to works with Qubes. So 140 platforms were added. It's much more than in the last year, so I think there is some acceleration of adding new platforms. Some like general announcements. Qubes 4.1 reached end of life. Qubes 4.24 was released over last year. And recently there was publication of 4.3 RC2, which is very cool release. I think we will focus a lot on 4.3 during the conference. But anyway, in 4.24, there was switch to Qubes Builder version 2. I guess this was related also with some key changes.
Yeah, but in 4.2 in general is using V2. And for the fourth point release is just updating the templates, and there is upcoming 4.2.5 with yet another template updates in the weeks or months.
Yeah,
sometime this year.
I guess Marek will talk a lot in details about those releases. Let's just say something in general. So those point releases just getting mostly bug fixes and security fixes. 4.3 is very interesting. Like there is new Fedora, there is new version of Zen, and a lot of improvements around UI. So yeah. Yeah, so what is good about today's conference? Of course, we secured a bigger group of sponsors. We are very happy that we were able to extend and have support from ExpressVPN. Thanks to that, we can host maybe event for bigger audience. Also, provide some meals, provide some better swag, and also better party. So I hope, and organization stuff, of course, everything cost. So I guess this is probably first event with so good support. Yeah, so this is what I said already. So there was also a lot of talks sent to us. We had to reject some. So sorry if you are in this group, but that just means that there are people interested in presenting here, and essentially events growing. So maybe at some point we will have even some committee, serious committee, not just me and Marek just going through CFP. And some maybe more formal process. What's coming? I guess like some important stuff is UEFI Secure Boot for Zen. I guess this would be discussed as well as for Qubes OS. There will be presentation about that from 3M Dep. Also will be discussion about anti-Vilmate status. I will try to little bit talk, and also some people from 3M Dep will talk about the hardware certification, Intel BootGuard, and UEFI capsule. This is also part of the Nova Custom presentation. So I guess those are news that's coming. From some nice things, though, this is 2022-23. I wanted to show some like small animation here. Here you can see like 4.0, 4.1, 4.2 here, and suddenly like 4.0 just goes down, 4.1, 4.2, and then we are at this point, and you already see, okay, 4.1 of course is going in end of life, so it's in decline. 4.2 is most popular, but you can see there is already some small group using 4.3, despite it is RC2.
It's not a small group. If you look at the scale, it's
yeah.
some thousands of
good,
users.
Very good point, Marek. Because if you look here, there was 40,000 here. So let's say maybe even there was reaching 50,000 here. So here we had over 50,000 of the IPs, and right now we have like 60,000 here. So it's like, let's say around, growing around, let's say 8,000 or 10,000 a year. But this is good sign for Qubes OS. Yeah, this is what I said. Like from perspective and kind of further looking directions. Definitely, we want to talk about servers certification, especially in context of Qubes Air. There are definitely coming AMD laptops and desktops in upcoming year. So yeah, this is also something that we're looking into Qubes Air, as I said.
If AMD will keep providing microcode updates.
Yes, that's very important.
They started doing that recently, so which is good. But
yeah, I have to say that AMD recently improved their relation with the ecosystem, so they're learning very fast. Maybe we had to wait for that, but right now it's going quite fast. I think like my topic is user controlled root of trust. So if you think about any root of trust, chain of trust technology, feel free to talk with me. So I guess part of that is UEFI Secure Boot. Yeah, I have strong opinion about that. There is presentation about that. Marek got also some direction. I guess Andrew is also here, also got some ideas how to push that. So yeah, and of course Marek will provide details about Qubes OS project and how it will go further.
Yeah, there's a lot of on the software side stuff going on, which will be covered in my presentation just after this one.
Yeah, so. Rating, I guess it could be better, but that was the feedback from last time, from the last conference. You will get the survey after the conference. So I hope that if we can fix anything right now or in the breaks, just let us know. The crew is here. Like we have guys from team of audio and video, me, Marek, of course. I guess anyone from Invisible Things Lab, Mitch at the end, Magda, who's helping us in onboarding people at the doors. And of course, if you find anyone from 3M Dep, they're always helpful and always will support you. So if we can improve that rank, that would be great. What was the biggest issue last time? Of course, audio quality and some problems with video. But right now we changed microphones. I hope this will improve situation. Slides readability, I guess this is something that we're trying to improve, but I don't know how it will work. We will see. Venue comfort, of course, so the problem with venue is we have to book the venue in advance, so we have to kind of project how many people will be interested in the conference. It is what it is. We, of course, would like to have something better, but it's also not that easy in Berlin to find good spot and have some good agreement with the location. So right now, we are here. I hope we can improve in future. Yeah. Yeah, and of course, like some sweets were like very popular, so Polish sweets. So we're bringing those also today. Okay, so how the general plan would look like? We have conference day 1 today, Friday, and then after the like 7:30 p.m. we have after party. I will let you know about logistics of that in the next slides. Tomorrow we have also a conference, and on Sunday we have hackathon. So we changed the layout of the room, and we just like sitting in computers. Marek's running across the room and helping everyone fix that. Of course, also others from from Invisible Things Lab and from 3M Dev trying to help.
Yeah, so if you have some idea what you would like to work on, do on Sunday, I don't know, you get inspired by some of the presentation, something, keep that idea, and we at some point we will have a flip chart, I think, that
yes.
worked. For some ideas, then you can see if there is somebody else interested in something similar, so you can do some stuff together.
Yeah, watch the presentation carefully and be inspired by the presentation to deliver new stuff to Qubes OS during the hackathon. Okay, so how the agenda look like today? Okay, you are here. Then Marek will tell us about the Qubes OS 4.3 development. Then Marta will have, as always, great talk about graphical user interface tooling. This time trying to call for hackers to contribute because that's not easy to convince low-level security hackers to deliver some GUI stuff. But anyway, I'm looking for that presentation. Matthias will talk a little bit about the usages of the Qubes OS. Then Michał will talk about the hardware for Qubes Air. We'll have lunch. Lunch is in the restaurant. I will talk a little bit about that. Yeah, the entire menu is vegan and gluten-free. So then after lunch, we will have Alisa, who is from Spectrum, who will talk a little bit about rethinking the compartmentalization. Then I will have a talk about Qubes Air and essentially building on top of hardware what kind of things we can deliver. This will be opinionated talk. Then alternative options to signify Qube ownership of Windows widgets. I guess this is about, Ali will talk about the UI related quality of life features.
Color, not colors.
Yes, labels. The future of Qube Manager, like very important part. Christopher and Marta, like, I guess many of us use Qube Manager daily, so we would like to see what will happen with it.
Yeah, so there will be one design session, so this will be not just the presentation, but also mostly focused on discussion and collect some feedback. Yeah, they will present something. They have some ideas and need some input from you.
Yeah, and then René will present his view on the security and using Qubes in the security and development environment. And then we have closing, and then 7:30 we're going to the party. The party is in Brlo Biergarten. Yeah, Gleisdreieck, yeah, okay. So that's the time. So this is self-funded. So we had to commit to spend some budget. So we will gather for 20 euro to just get the wrist. If you want to spend more, that's completely fine. If not, then that's also fine. So that's the money is gathered by Mitch at the end in the pink shirt. So Mitch will gather that because we will have to pay to the organizer, to the Brlo, before we enter. More information, this is essentially, everything is the same. Like this is just the schedule, CFP3 and DebCom. If you go there, you will have link to the event schedule. You can go here and just Qubes OS Summit 2025, or you can try to remember this link, which should just order some domain, but you know.
I have some feedback for the next year. Put QR code here.
Yeah, you know, that's cool idea. I wonder how many people on security conference will scan the QR code. Okay, that's the place, that's the address. Presentation is already out there, so you can go to the CFP3m.com and find the PDF. Or you can make a picture, that's okay also.
It's also on the conference page, I think.
Yeah, maybe it's also...
Should be there, yeah. But also there is the connection using U2, UBAN. So, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, okay, some final notes. Please respect Qubes OS Code of Conduct. You can read it on the website. We assume that you all agree to it. Respect each other. Take care of safety and healthy protocols. Talks are streamed and recorded and will be published on YouTube after some time. Of course, if someone marked no recording or no streaming, that will be just for us, so that's the bonus. I guess we have 2 such talks. Official communication going on Matrix on Qubes Summit channel, and that's main place for coordination. And yeah, in case of any issues, please contact me, Marek, or whoever from organizer, and we will support you.
Yeah, and water and cold drinks are here, but there is a coffee machine and there is a code for the coffee machine on the door here.
Yeah. Okay, sorry for forgetting that one. There is a T-shirt, and there are some free merchandise. T-shirt is, I guess, paid, and you can buy it in our shop only, in our online. Okay, so this is only available, but some people just bought it and can receive their shirts that...
there is more.
There is more.
There is more. We have...
Can you buy it here? Or?
No, this one no, but
there is a new, not the event specific, but the generic Qubes t-shirt. We have a new design, and you can also buy it here. And Mick, do you remember the price?
It's the same last year, so it's 25 euros.
25 euros is, and we have also mugs, I think.
Yes, we have
stickers and pins. And,
so
yeah.
there are return of Qubes as stickers, so the special ones for which you need special instructions how to stick them.
Yeah, so there is
everything in Qubes have to be complex.
standard stickers you can put. Yeah.
There will be workshop how to stick them.
There will be workshop. Yes.
There are many colors depending on your computer colors, and we have new T-shirts. So this is the old design for our 10th anniversary. Right now we have the new one, completely new one, in different colors, and we have new masks with fingerprint too, and everything will be here.
Yeah, so we have those new t-shirt design and new mugs. Yeah, and if somebody would like the old design of mugs or t-shirt, I think I have some like 4 or 5 something. So if there is interest in
unique
that,
artifacts,
yes, I can bring them tomorrow or something.
Yeah, so t-shirt in shop, this one, but other can be bought here. Okay.
And there is also some from our sponsor, I think ExpressVPN also have t-shirts.
Yeah. Free.
Free? Okay.
Okay.
The difference is that you have the black ones, we have not black ones.
Yeah, we have 4 different colors? 5?
Yes, exactly, but none
4.
of those is black. So.
Oh, we don't have black. Okay.
Okay, so there are also free stuff from ExpressVPN, so feel free to go get to their table and talk with them. Okay, I guess that's it. Any questions? Anything I forget to mention? Oh, okay. There will be mic to ask questions.
Yeah, so there is, if during, after the presentation there are any questions, so there will be, we have some microphones here, but there will be a microphone to ask questions, so it also is recorded and is later available.
Yeah.
So please wait for the microphone to ask questions.
Okay.
Oh, and the toilet is...
There is badge for the toilet.
Yeah, and there is a badge for that. There is near the door, so you need to take it and then return it. The important part.
Okay, I guess if that's it. We move on with the agenda because we are already delayed. So thank you very much, and yeah, enjoy the event.
So now a bit more about what is happening in Qubes OS. So welcome again. I'm Marek Marczykowski-Górecki. Yeah, I think I will skip this one. So I will talk a bit about Qubes 4.2, just a bit. A lot about 4.3, but also a bit about team and the community. So 4.3 is the currently stable version. There is 4.2.4 with Fedora 41 template and Debian 12. There is work on 4.2.5 with Fedora 42, which is already stable and from some time. But there is, and also Debian 13, Debian Trixie. The template is currently in testing. There are still some issues, but once we fix those, the template will be ready, and then we will be releasing also point release for 4.2. I think this will be the last point release because in the meantime we are also working on Qubes 4.3. And we are also working on a new Fedora template. Fedora 43 is in preparation. I think the upstream status is in beta. If I remember correctly, it's going to be released in some weeks. But that will probably not be supported on 4.2, only 4.3. We'll see, but yeah, that's the current plan. So, what about 4.3? There was a lot of points already last year. So you have a list. You can go to the last year presentation if you want to know more details. And today I will be focusing on stuff that happened since then. And there is quite a lot of those. So there was this faster disposable Qube startup. This was a plan to do, and now it's actually done. So new templates, nothing special about them. There is a notification proxy, some better support for external displays, clipboard size. This is a small change, but I think very important for some. PCI device identification, per device policy for input proxy, dynamic audio VM switch. I will talk about some of those in more details in a moment, and there is more. So notification proxy. So this is when a Qube sends a notification. It used to be like there is a notification daemon in each Qube that will display a pop-up with the notification. It's fine, but if, for example, if two Qubes is trying to display a notification at the same time, they don't know anything about each other, so they will display the notification in the same place. This is also problematic if with the upcoming Wayland migration, because those notifications are a weird type of Windows with the override redirect flag, which is not supported on Wayland. So the proper way to do that is to use dbus protocol for notifications. So we have a proxy. The proxy will take the role of notification daemon in a Qube and then forward it to wherever you run your desktop environment, by default in .0. There is a lot of validation of all the messages. Not everything is allowed. Not all the features are supported currently. For example, the current version is quite strict about icon in the notification. It will use the Qube icon. We'll improve it at some point, but this is how it's done currently. But the nice thing is you get a consistent view of the notifications, so they don't no longer overlap each other. And if your notification daemon in .0 supports notification history, which is the case in KDE, it's also nicely integrated, so you see the history of notifications there. So, and another thing is it's no longer a window shown by the VM, it's just some API. So that works also for Qubes without GUI at all. which will be interesting for some unikernel VMs or even normal Linux, but with GUI disabled. For example, sysfirewall has currently the full X server running inside. The only reason for that is to display notification when firewall loading fails. So we can disable that, save some megabytes of memory. And on the graphical side, I don't know how many of you hit this issue before, but when you connect some external monitor or projector or whatever that has a bigger resolution, mouse doesn't work on that monitor anymore. The issue is that it used to be that video RAM needs to be configured at the start of X server and cannot be changed later. So if you need more space and more memory for like larger screen, it's not there. By default, we reserve some extra for, I think, up to 1 extra full HD output, depending on the layout. But that's not always enough. You can configure it, or you can simply restart a cube after connecting display. Sounds silly, but it works. But in 4.3, we finally managed to fix that. There was some observation that one of those buffers is actually not needed. So instead of trying to find how to dynamically reconfigure it, we simply dropped it. And it works. Yeah, so PCI devices. This is something that is kind of a rare problem, especially on laptops, but happens more often on desktop systems. When you plug in a PCI device, depending on the layout of the devices, it sometimes plugging one device changes identification of other devices you have in your system. And then if one of those devices is, for example, your network card, then your sysnet will get a different device or will get no device at all, which is a problem. And even bigger problem is if that sysnet will get a different device, which, for example, may be your NVMe drive, which is not good. So we changed how we identify the PCI devices. So instead of taking just the there is a okay, whatever BDF, we now take the whole path from the PCI root port through all the bridges. So that should be remain static if you plug in other devices. But if that still changes for some reason, for example, you take your installation to different system or you change the main board of the system, that surely will change something. With, as a last resort, we also verify vendor and product identifier. So at least the sysnet or sysUSB or whatever will not take some random device and simply refuse to start instead. Just a second safety measure here. This is kind of connected to device API refactor that is done in 4.3. So this vendor product identifier is also available for other type of devices like USB. But yeah, it's especially useful here. Another thing related to devices. Sometimes you can use some external input device like USB mouse or this thing to change slides. And it used to be the case that there are Qubes input something services. And if you have multiple devices, you get multiple prompts if you set the policy to ask you anytime, or if you set to allow. There's also multiple of those calls depending on how many devices you have. But there was no way to distinguish which prompt was for which device. So This was there was a feature request for many years. And the solution was very simple: to simply put some kind of device identifier in the service argument. It's just some number, so without like looking at LSUSB or something, it's meaningless. But if you check it or if you plug it, you can see this specific identifier, and then you can save it in the policy. Currently, actually using this in the policy requires manually changing that policy. I hope we'll integrate it better with GUI configuration tools. We have this place where you can select whether to allow or ask or deny different type of devices like keyboard, mouse, and tablet. So we'll do something to maybe select which device or something. Marta is not happy. And if you install during the installation, you also get a list of input devices that are there. If you use USB keyboard, automatically USB keyboard is allowed, because otherwise you will not be able to interact with the system after installation. So that part knows the list of devices, but still doesn't set up the policy for specific devices yet. But this is something to improve. Maybe some of that will happen still before the final release. We'll see. Dynamic audio VM switch. So this is a lot of work for a very special use case. Apparently, there are people that use some audio on USB, or maybe even Bluetooth. I don't know why, but there are. So to do that, to use that, on Qubes, you need to set audio VM to be sys-USB, basically. Or a separate cube with connected your audio devices. That's fine. But if your main usage is using an internal sound card, then that internal sound card doesn't work anymore. In that case, unless you also connect it to this separate cube. But the more convenient would be if you can simply switch whether you want to use USB device or the internal one. This used to require restarting all the involved cubes, which is not great. But now you can dynamically switch which cube is used for, which VM is used for audio, and yeah, it should work. As a side effect, it also should remember if you had a microphone enabled for that VM or not. This setting used to be reset, and the device widget got confused if the microphone is connected or not. So this also should be fixed as a side effect. Boot modes. This is some interesting contribution from Kik Secure and Hunix developers, because they introduced boot modes in the non-Qubes deployment with VirtualBox, I think. They simply have a boot menu in Grub with different options, whether you want to boot as a normal user, and then you don't have access to root at all, or as for maintenance, then you have root access, but all the most of the services and processes are disabled. So this is some quite extreme hardening here. But you don't see bootloader in Qubes of the VMs. So they needed some solution here. So the idea is that template can advertise what boot modes it supports, and which kernel parameters should be included in which boot mode. And then you can go to Qube settings and select which boot mode to use, and then Qube will get boot mode specific kernel parameters, and then it can affect what kernel, some kernel configuration, but also user space can read kernel command line and can do something about it. There's some parameters also. Can configure how systemd behave, and I think this is what they use. But the feature is generic, so it can be used also in different cases if needed. Yeah, so another thing, very small but very useful, if you have some cubes that you still want to keep, but you don't really use them for some reason, then there are two things. One is if you really don't want to start it by accident, by misclicking something, you can set a flag to prevent starting it, and then attempt to start it will show you an error that no, you set to prevent this, prevent starting, and you can even set some description why you did that, so we get it in the error message. So this prevents an accident, but it affects how you start it from the menu. Basically, any method how you start from the menu, or maybe when you copy, like have this file copy prompt to and you select wrong cube. So any method how you would start a VM, it will be prevented if you set this flag. And similar for updates. You can set a flag for some cube to not be included in standard updates, which means it will the prompt for update will not include that, even if the system knows there are some updates, or maybe it's even not supported anymore. So this is useful if you, for some reason, you really want to keep some old cube that is, I don't know, there's this single configuration that works with some specific software, and nothing, you should not touch it. So yeah, happens. So you can do that now. There are some more QRexec performance optimizations. So this is second part. Some of that went into 4.2 already, but there is new thing in 4.3. So basically for the GUI domain, if you observe how you do, I don't know, QVMLS, listing all the cubes in the system, there was a very big difference in the performance between DOM0 and GUI domain. So in DOM0 it takes 1 second maybe 2 if you have a lot of cubes. In GUI domain it took half a minute, sometimes more. And this is because this call makes a lot. This command take a lot of calls to retrieve all the information about cubes, and making a call. We looked at like initializing the call took 50 milliseconds or more, depending on the configuration. Sometimes even 100 milliseconds. If you multiply that by the number of cubes and number of properties, it's not great. Okay, so we did some profiling, and it turns out most of the time is spent on collecting a list of cubes you have in the system to evaluate policy for the call. So this list actually is mostly static. Well, you can create or remove some cube, of course, but you don't do that every second, usually. So we added a cache. And this reduces the time spent on making QRexec call by 80%. So it's now much faster. It's still not as fast as in DOM0. There is still very visible difference, but I think it's starting to be usable. It wasn't before if you had a lot of cubes. I have 2 test systems specifically prepared to testing performance like this with 100 something cubes. So yeah, that wasn't great, but now it works. And the second small change is removing last share script from that path. So if your QRexec service is some binary, you don't need to call it via shell anymore. Yeah, it didn't improve performance that much, but generally the less shell the better, so why not? Custom persist. This is something people asked about, and also there were some implementations out there to have half disposable cube. So you want a cube that is not fully persistent, But also you have this one file you want to persist between to survive or restart or something. I don't know. Browser bookmarks in your browser, but the whole all the rest of the profile should be gone. Whatever. Previously it required quite a bit of changes, and there is a project that implements some of that with Qubes VM hardening. Did a lot of stuff to like undo a lot of Qubes startup thing that was using this /rw, some running some config, startup scripts, etc. So yeah, we added this custom persist feature, and it's basically, if it's set, you can do it using QVM feature tool. This disables using /rw for all the implicit configs, so there's the RC local firewall script, etc. is not used from there anymore, and the only thing that is used is are the directories you explicitly directories or files you explicitly configure with this custom persist feature to be used from there, or using bind-dirs configuration stored on the root file system. The one from the /rw is ignored because that would make sense, but the one from root file system is still used. So this requires trusting /rw much less. So the hope is that if you have some application, if you have some cube that get compromised, restarting it should result in cleaner state. Still, the files that you set to preserve here will be preserved. So if there is some problem with parsing some of the files you choose to preserve, the cube will get recompromised on the restart. But if you have some software that is not too easy to exploit by this file you choose to preserve, then it's fine. Wayland. There was some work on Wayland. So in the current state, there is experimental support in KDE session. So upstream KDE is switching to Wayland completely. We have it by default still on X11. If you install an extra package, you can access KDE Wayland session. It kind of works, but it's illusion because most of the Qubes stuff is still using X-Wayland under the hood. So you run Wayland compositor, but internally it's using still X11. The only thing that really uses Wayland right now is the installer. The initial setup component is running on Wayland. So yeah, there is some more work on that coming, but it's definitely not going to hit 4.3 at this point. I hope I will have some more to share next year, and hopefully with some progress with GPU acceleration for VMs. Yeah, maybe, we'll see. And I think last one, minor thing, you can have some free text field in the, like for the VM description if you like. You can put some whatever nodes you like, just some extra metadata, useful to have. Okay, there are a few points that are in progress, but in the end didn't end up in 4.3. So there is a set of pull requests for DNS over IPv6. We do have IPv6 support for the network traffic, but even if you enable that, DNS is still going over IPv4. This is a problem if you connect to IPv6 only network. I notice this every year on FOSDEM because they have two networks and one of them is IPv6 only. So yeah, I have some workaround, but we have some in progress proper implementation for that, but unfortunately didn't finish it in time for 4.3. There is one more update regarding updater, the new GUI updater. So currently when you update DOM0, there is no information about progress. You can see the text output if you really want, but there is no like progress bar for that. So there is a pull request with implementing, like reworking the whole DOM0 update approach to properly report the progress. But again, this wasn't finished in time to get it in 4.3. Will be in the next release. And finally, packaging unified kernel image. So this is then EFI file we combined with kernel and initial RAM disk in a one file that can be signed, and then you can use that with secure boot. So there is the packaging is ready. And there is some instruction how to use that. There is a tool to make this package, but we had some issues with like figuring out how to what properties should be in the certificates that signs it to be accepted later with for the official secure boot support. Yeah, so this is not included in 4.3. Maybe it will be as an update. This is a small change because most of the infrastructure is there. So we'll see. Yeah, so what about 4.3? We have the second release candidate published last week, this week, last week, last Friday or Saturday. Yeah, something like that. There will be at least one more. There is one major thing that is in progress, very close, and I really want it in 4.3. It's the Unix update and also Kick Secure template update, because they're working on updating to Debian Trixie. And when that happens, which is very soon, the Unix 17 will lose support shortly after. Don't remember exact details, but basically we need Unix 18 to update to Unix 18 to have it supported during the whole support time for 4.3. So to avoid like releasing point release just after the final release, we decided that we will wait until it's ready, and it's very soon. So this means there will be RC3. There is a schedule published on the website. It's the RC3. It's in 4 or 5 weeks, 4 I think, and after that, we'll see, depending on the feedback, bug reports, maybe soon after final release or yet another release candidate. We'll see. Both options are possible. And yeah, so that's about 4.3. A bit about team and the community. We have some changes in the core team. Demi left the team. But we have 2 new members, Ben Grande and Val Paquet. Ben, you probably met on the various communication channels, and he already was working on some of the major features, especially the preloaded disposables. And Val will work on the Wayland and the GPU acceleration. She is currently working on similar similar features, but in another project of IT that ITL is working on. But it's the plan is to get it working on KVM first, and then have half of the part of that work done already on KVM, which should be simpler in theory, and then only add Zen specific part to have it in Qubes. That's the current plan. We'll see. Yeah. And while preparing this slide, I was wondering if I haven't forgot anybody, and of course I did. There is also Guillaume, and he's somewhere there, yeah. who also joined us this year. Sorry for forgetting to give the slides. Yeah, so the team is growing, and yeah, and also we have more documentation maintainers now. We have three of them. There will be a presentation about the documentation later today, if I remember correctly, or tomorrow. No, tomorrow. So yeah, there is we have finally switched to read the docs and Sphinx documentation instead of GitHub pages with a lot of custom scripts. That was very hard to maintain, but yeah, it's there, and we have more people. And some community stuff is happening, more templates people are working on. There is this Win backup integration. It migrated to Codebug recently, not GitHub anymore. Well, there is a mirror on GitHub, I think. And a lot of pull requests from the community. I also need to mention Ali. He provides a lot of those. It's great, yeah. Yeah, so that's it. Questions?
Yeah, I guess you mentioned this audio weirdness. Like, please note that many people use, streaming good, high quality mics like Yeti over USB. So.
Yeah, so that's exactly why this is included. So now it should be, the USB audio devices should be easier to use on Qubes. There is no GUI integration for that, but that's will come at some point.
Yeah, so can you comment a little bit more about the UKI, because like this is already sad.
Yeah, so there is an issue about UKI. There is an issue with like proposed the signing certificate and the hierarchy. There were like 2 comments. What is about it, whether it's good or not. There were some ideas how to improve it, but nothing conclusive. And I'm not expert in this part, so yeah. It's basically blocked on that.
What about providing ability for the users to use their own?
Yeah, they can. The script is there. It's a single script you can call with, like version of the kernel and version of Zen to build the image, and then you can sign it with your command.
Mm-hmm. And what with the update?
Yeah, you can sign also updates. There is this kernel install mechanism where you can put a script to be run on every update. So you can like put your signing command in that script.
Any chance for packaging that or something like making it easier for the user?
We'd like to have this official package signed. If we can't figure out what the certificate should look like, I have no hope for users to figure it themselves. So.
Yeah, but then you have Microsoft in the chain, so.
Well, you don't.
Everyone wants that.
Yeah. The point is to have a Qubes certificate for assigning this key, and yeah, at some point we want Microsoft to also sign this certificate, but you don't need to. Like you can trust the Qubes key directly. You don't need to trust the Microsoft and all the certificates it signs. So. Yeah.
One last one. So if that certificate will be published, can this be part of the certification process? To have it on the machine which is certified, to have it already in the, as a KEG, for example, so Windows certified, so Microsoft certified Windows, and expect KEG. Sorry, DB.
Yeah, DB. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea.
So I have a question about the proxy, the notifications proxy.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are some notifications with which basically have some action items.
Yes.
Was this considered?
Yes.
Is it working?
Actions are supported.
Okay.
are part of this proxy. There is some limit on the number and what you can put on the actions. I think we don't support icons on the actions, only text. But yes, actions are supported.
Okay, that's great. Thanks.
Okay, so thank you.
Yeah, nobody listens, I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Let's take the seats and let's continue because we are a little bit behind the schedule.
I'll try to be fast. All right, can I start? Yes. All right, I'm Marmarta. I'm the UX person for Qubes, as some of you might have seen me on GitHub. And I will talk today about how to contribute to graphical user interface for Qubes. Why does it make sense? How to do it, like both on the how to make a thing that does not make people scared side, and also on the technical side on how to contribute to and not die while developing those. So first things first, is it even a good idea to contribute GUI tools for Qubes? It is. And there is a bunch of reasons. It does help. It lowers the entry barrier for people who are not very comfortable with command line. But even the people who do like, can use command line also often like graphical tools because it makes it easier to discover features. I do know that some people read all release notes for everything, but not everybody does. This is actually quite a rare thing to do. Not everybody just reads all the man pages of every command line tool they're using or checks in the sources how to do things. Graphical user interface tools help us discover features, discover how to do things in a much friendlier way than trying to figure out which of the million command line tools does the thing that I want to do. And also, putting things in the graphical user interface helps us reduce error rate because it's easier to expose the safe way of doing things, the easy way of doing things, and not be like, okay, just figure it out. You can write your salt script. It's going to work out fine. If you want to make a decent GUI for Qubes or anything else, you don't have to be an artist. You don't need to talk to a lot of people. There are some basic principles of design that I will go through in this talk that will help you make something that works okay. I'm not saying that you can become a brilliant interface designer after listening to me talk for half an hour. But sometimes what is very important is to get things that are fine, that are working okay, and not waiting for the perfect ideal thing. I will talk about 5 core principles of making things work well in graphical user interfaces, about the concept of happy path, about personas, about how memory and attention work and not work, about white space and alignment, and how it's really good to have somebody also look at the stuff you're doing. What is the happy path? The happy path is something that I think is often the most important starting point of making any graphical user interface. This is the most optimal, typical interaction you want to happen. And what I like to do, and what I think works very well, is write down scenarios that you want to focus on. Write down things that should happen. When I was redesigning the Qubes devices widget, this is what I did. I wrote down what are the typical tasks that a person can do when interacting with the devices. Attach a device to a cube, detach a device from a cube when it's no longer needed, attach to a new disposable, check what devices are attached to which cubes. I know that it sounds obvious, but it's often very helpful to write down things you want to focus on and come back to this list occasionally to be like, okay, I took care of all those points, or not. Maybe I should think of it again. If 80% of people will do X, X should be easy to do, whatever it is. Edge cases are important, but edge cases should not make the happy path works. So what we want to avoid is a situation when improvements in handling all the rare cases, edge cases, the very special configurations some people may have, is going to mess with the easiest path of doing a thing. Because a good UX is a thing that just gets out of your way. You can get to the thing that you actually want to do with the program, with Qubes stuff in this case, and you don't have to think too much about the UX that you encountered on the way. Of course, sometimes it's a huge surprise to learn what other people actually do. So that might be important to sometimes, ask people, listen to people, look at GitHub issues that tell you that, oh, actually my problems are not everybody's problems. But still, it's a very important thing to ask yourself, what should be the easiest, simplest thing that you want to achieve? What should be the typical interaction? Something to handle, something to help in this case is moving more complicated options to advanced. So like in most cases, when making a new cube, you do not make it provide network to other cubes because that's probably something just for your sysVPN, sysnet, sysfirewall. So this is something that's moved to advanced options. So that's not distracting when you are first looking at the screen of creating new cube. And in many places in the existing interface, this is what we are doing, just moving things to advanced. And this is generally a good thing to do. Like if something is fairly rare, it can be hidden away in the advanced options so that when somebody is trying to do the simple thing, they're not like, should I be doing something with it or not? It's an additional step that people can skip with, which is nice if you can avoid this. Another thing from Qubes that uses it is when you look at policy in the global config, you can see that there is default policy, and all the complicated options you can only see once you select custom policy, because the default policy is there, because a lot of people will just keep using the default policy and not modify it. And as I've said, it's important, like when you are thinking about making any sort of user interface, always come back to the happy path that you thought about, the tasks you want to cover, and see, okay, does my design cover those? And this is an example of when I was working on the devices widget. And I was like, okay, so you can see what devices are attached to which cubes. There is an option to attach to a new disposable. There is an option to detach. There is an option to attach. Okay, everything that I thought about is covered. And when you are thinking about those tasks, it's helpful to think about who is going to make them. And Persona is one of those tools in UI design that some people are very skeptical about. Persona is basically an imaginary user. So when you are thinking about making an interface, you are not making it for yourself, usually. You're making it for other people. And the persona is that person you're making that interface for. This is an imaginary user you can use to help yourself think about what people might need. It can be very deceptive because, as you know, we are very bad at estimating how other people think. So this is my very favorite XKCD about how people tend to assume that others are vastly more qualified in their own area of expertise. But it still can be very helpful because even if we have a somewhat skewed idea of how other people behave, it still helps us to move outside from just my needs and things I'm doing and things I know are obvious. Oh, sorry. For Qubes, I have designed like a couple of personas that I like to think about when designing things. And the thing about personas, it helps to make them actual, like make them imaginary people because it's just easier to remember. Our brains are great at remembering actual people and much worse at remembering like a list of things. So I made myself a bunch of personas. I'm going to talk about those personas. The first one is Alice, who is a freelance software developer and a hacker who lives here in Berlin. Because, yes, I like to make it like a real person. And I like to be like, OK, so this is sort of a person who uses a lot of Qubes. She uses it to work on multiple projects, has a lot of templates, wants a Windows Cube, cares a lot about security and privacy, but is also quite high-skilled. So this is like one person that I like to think about, like the sort of my model user. And another user that I like to think is Bob. Yes, I'm very imaginative with the names, as you can see. Who is a freelance journalist who uses Qubes because he is afraid of weird things on the internet, very wisely. And who is a person who has a pretty simple setup, who uses Qubes on like an additional laptop, not on his main machine, and is not very technical, but is not very technical compared to people in this room, and we are not a very average group, but is very curious and willing to learn. I'm not going, because I don't want to work on the user interfaces for Qubes, assuming, average person on the street, because this is not a very good representation of an average Qubes user. That's why I'm thinking about those personas. And also, when I have those people in mind, I can go back to any design that I'm doing. I can go back to any plan and be like, OK, will this work for those people? Will this work for typical needs I can imagine for those persons? It's not perfect, of course. but it's a way to help yourself conceptualize what might be useful for a given person, or what might not be useful for a person. So those are specific things, like specific people. But there are also some things that are universal for everybody, which are very, very important to think about when designing interfaces, especially for a complicated things like Qubes and all its subsystems and tools. Our memory sucks, our attention span is terrible, and it's very easy to remember things when you are the person who wrote the tool. Like when you wrote it, when you spend a lot of time coding it, thinking on it, yes, it's obvious how it works. But that's not true for everybody else. And that's basically how people work. Like we get distracted all the time. We forget things. We don't notice things. I always like to use the cat test. So if when I'm working on something in Qubes, will I still remember what I was doing and what I wanted to do if for a moment this beautiful face comes between me and asks for attention for 5 minutes or needs to be fed because he forgot where his food bowl is? And that's why I try to add a lot of reminders to the things people are using. Because yes, of course, you'd like to say, OK, in my ideal scenario, somebody's like opening the configuration tool, setting options, closing it, easy. But you have to remember that it's very likely that between opening the tool and getting to set the options, things will happen. Emails will come, calls, cats, all the important things. So it's very important whenever you're doing any sort of tool, any sort of configuration option, to try to remind the person using it where they are, what was happening, if they came back to it because something occurred. And of course, if you have a cat at home like me, you might also get a constant reminder of that while working on the design. Because if you can see, this is actually this very presentation behind the cat. And this is something that we have used in some slight redesign of the global config tool. It used to have a lot of tooltips. Tooltips are not great. I'll talk about that more a bit later. Now it has a lot of explanations. So even if somebody got lost, even if somebody opened it and went to get themselves coffee, they can come back and be like, oh, that was what I was doing. All right, that was the thing. That's also why I like to add information to every button, what it actually does. Apply changes and close, not just have buttons that do OK, cancel, because maybe you forgot what you were supposed to do. And another thing, it's very good to ask for confirmation if the consequences of a misclick are really serious, because we do make mistakes all the time. And that's why if you're deleting a cube, you will get asked to actually write down its name to minimize the chance that you did it by accident. Because accidents happen, people click on the wrong things, people don't notice. And there's also this thing, like when somebody really wants to do something, what will usually happen is they will just click through all the confirmation windows, all the, oh, are you sure things? Because yes, of course I'm sure. And then maybe you weren't. That's why we like to put those stumbling blocks sometimes, things that will actually force you to be like, OK, I am actually deleting this cube and not some other cube. This is also something I've seen a lot when watching people use computers. Very often, like if you have an error message appear on the screen, people will just click OK because they want to get back to whatever they were doing. And when you ask them, OK, what did the error message say? They're like, what error message? I haven't noticed it. Which is unfortunately a thing you have to remember. People will make mistakes. So we do like to reduce the amount of complete foot guns that you can easily hit yourself in the face with. And that's also why it's important to think about consistency. So everything that does something looks the same. Everything that does the same thing looks the same. Similar things do similar actions. Consistency makes it easier to handle complicated systems, decreases mental load. It makes us commit less errors and makes things less annoying to use. And yes, I know we are not perfect on that, but working on it slowly, improving things. Consistency is the thing that helps us use our limited memory and attention well. If you want to be innovative, if you want to create something brilliant and completely new in user interfaces, best case scenario, you will just reinvent something somebody else already did. And in the worst case scenario, you do a Cybertruck, and there is not great. Because I'm sure somebody was very innovative and had great ideas there, just the result, not great. So I would ask you, if you are adding any sort of graphical tools to Qubes, to try to do things the same as all the other things that are in Qubes, if possible. Because this is just going to be a bit easier to use. For example, I'm trying to put in every tool to have action buttons, to have the leftmost one that confirms the thing you're doing on the left, have it description, to have the cancel one on the right. Yes, I know it's not everywhere. I found it just when doing those slides. I will fix it. And then we come to another thing that's really important in making things work, alignment and white space. Alignment, making things well aligned, is the one visual design thing that really matters. Because mostly making interfaces is really not about art. It's not about visual design. It's not about pretty. But making things align, making things be in line is really, really important, both for the way our brains process stuff. It just takes much less brain usage if you have everything neatly aligned than if you have things scattered around. For the pleasure of using things, for the speed of finding the thing that you want to do, making things align well is very important. And also, like, if things are close, our brain will say, OK, those things are clearly related. This is obvious. That's how it always works. If things are separated, it's less obvious. Maybe they're related, maybe not. Making things close to each other, making things separated is a very important technique in, like, OK, do those things have something in common or not? It's also important to think about text. If you put some text, it makes a huge difference in how readable it is, depending on how big of line spacing you make, how big margins, and so on. And I don't want to say that there is one kind of spacing that is important. I just want to be like, OK, if you are adding some text into a user interface, try out a bunch of spacing settings and say, like, OK, does it look better this way? Does it look better that way? Because very often you might discover that things look much better with certain spacing. And the last thing, ask somebody else to look at the thing you're doing. Ask somebody who is not you. It can be people on the Qubes OS forum, on the Matrix channel, something. Ask somebody for opinions. Because as I've said, it's very easy to think that you've made something absolutely obvious, easy to understand, and then have people who are like, I have no idea what's going on. What is this thing? Because you, as the author, always know what is obvious because you made it. Ask somebody else. It can be people on the internet. It's really like writing a book. When you are writing a book, you need somebody to read it and tell you, oh, I have no idea what you meant in that chapter. Please do something with it. An editor or just somebody who will criticize it really helps a lot. All right, so that was a super fast go through the most important principles of, like, trying to make some sort of graphical user interface. How to do it in practice. First, you draw a picture, then you think about the picture, talk with people about the picture, and then only put it into code. I actually like to draw the picture. Usually I start on paper, then I move it to some kind of program. If you want to do it, probably the best open source solution to sketch user interfaces is PenPot. It's an open source tool. I'm using it a lot for Qubes. And what I want to underline, this is just squares. Like, this is not, I'm not using any complicated controls from whatever graphical design library or something. No, no, no. This is just squares. And maybe an icon and text and more squares. Because this is what user interface fundamentally is. Usually just a bunch of squares, very simple controls, maybe some circles if you are very brave. It's not very complicated, and you don't want to spend too much time making it super complicated, super perfect. It's just supposed to be a sketch. So you can also just use pen and paper. This is also a great tool. If you're doing it on PenPot, there will be a Qubes assets library. There was one, but PenPot suddenly on Tuesday released a new version, and my library stopped being compatible with it. So I'm going to upload the new version as soon as I get it to work with the new version of PenPot. But there is a library of basic buttons, colors, some icons. So if you want to do something for Qubes, PenPot already will have in its asset library the library of all Qubes stuff. If you want to add some icons, we are trying to use FOSS Lucid icon set, lucid.dev. There is a bunch of recommended settings, putting it here so you can refer to this presentation later. Why use an icon set? Because making icons is extremely difficult. It's one of the hardest things because you have very little pixels to work with, and you have to somehow convey meaning. So that's why it's really better to ask somebody else to do the icons. And if we try to use one icon set for everything, it's going to look more consistent. So if you're doing stuff for Qubes, I try to use the Lucid icon set. As I've said, this is not an art form. This is making a good user interface is more engineering than art. Whatever you do doesn't have to be picture perfect, put it in a gallery. You have to think about functionality, making things align, being consistent, and readable. Did I get an echo suddenly? OK. So when you do design something, go through a list of, like when you made a picture in PenPot, go through a list of if things are working. So functionality. Go back to the list of requirements. Does it do the thing, the most important thing? Does it do the thing you want? When you're implementing, you'll probably find some corner cases, and you'll be unhappy. But it's important to return to the list of simple things that you want to do. Check the alignment. Are things in line with each other? Is everything that looks like it should be in the same line actually in the same line? Is there enough space between things that are different? Or do they all seem cramped together? Consistency. Are there other places in the Qubes GUI that do a similar thing? And readability. Will this work with dark mode, with bigger font size? Things like that. And that comes to the last thing of my checklist, which is accessibility. And the problem with accessibility is that accessibility is hard. There is no such thing as accessibility for everybody. Something that is good accessibility for one person may be quite inaccessible for somebody else. There is no blueprint to just make things accessible. And I'm not asking you, if you're contributing to any sort of user interface in Qubes, to make things perfect to work for everybody. But it's important to at least try to think, if you can, about as many classes of needs as possible. Even if you don't care about people with disabilities using Qubes, every one of us will be in some sort disabled sooner or later, or die. But hopefully, we'll first get disabled for a time on this optimistic note. So accessibility can be helpful for everybody. Everybody can have, eye problems, eye strain, everything. The things I try to work with, and again, we are hardly perfect at it, so always trying to improve. Make things contrast, so things are visible even if somebody doesn't have a very good monitor or doesn't see contrast very well. Don't only rely on color, because a lot of people are colorblind. According to some estimates, it's 8% of men are colorblind, a bit less of women and other genders. So don't have color be the only thing that conveys some sort of information. I'll be showing up some changes in Qubes GUI tools tomorrow, and I'll show some changes we did in this area. It's important to have things work in dark and light mode if possible. Try to make things work only for keyboard and only for mouse. Oh, again, it's not always possible, but if it's possible, it's very helpful. And try to make things also work if your system is set to huge font sizes, because this is something that covers a lot of people with visual needs. All right, so how to actually contribute to GUI tools in Qubes? We have a bit of a mess, I understand, with our graphical tools. There is a bunch of Qubes packages, and basically they are divided into written in Qt, written in GTK, and the menu. If you want to add something or modify something written in Qt, that goes to Qubes Manager. If you want to work with GTK, it goes to Desktop Linux Manager. And the menu is in its own package. Yep. Oh, I lost my microphone, sorry. Oh, I really lost it. Okay. If you want to do, if you want to do something completely new, which one to use, Qt or GTK? This is a very ideological question. Personally, I'd say that Qt offers you more future-proofness. So if you write something in Qt, it will keep working. In GTK, you never know where things just vanish from a new release because the GTK authors are like, you didn't need it. Just stop using it. It's not important. On the other hand, GTK is much easier to make look nice. So it can be easier to work with. It's a complicated decision, as you can see. Because of it's such a complicated decision, we have a bit of a mess. I am personally trying to make more new things in Qt, but I also appreciate the ease of working with GTK and lots of accessibility features that just work out of the box, unlike in Qt, where basically you have to do everything yourself. If you want to use other graphical frameworks, I would humbly ask you to reconsider, because it's already quite messy, and I would like it to not be even more unmaintainable. So please stick to those two. If you want to test the things you wrote, we have a huge testing infrastructure. There are unit tests and OpenQA. Unit tests are very important because they will run in CI with every pull request. In OpenQA, we have those fancy tests that click on things, which are amazing. I'm pretty sure Marek had a bunch of talks on those on previous summits. But they require a bit more bother to set up. They're not going to happen automatically fast for every pull request because the whole test run takes a while. Thus, it's very important to add some unit tests that will be running with PyTest. And you don't want to, of course, unit testing on a whole Qubes system because that's annoying, difficult to set up, not very unit of the unit testing. And that's why we've made a bunch of, So that's an example of what you shouldn't do. I'm going to fix this URL and put it in the presentation. That's the example of when somebody didn't check contrast. I'm the somebody. So there is a Qubes mock object that's very useful for testing all sorts of things for Qubes. It's basically, whenever you are using the QubesAdmin.Qubes object, you can replace it with the mock Qubes object. There is a bunch of those. There is a mock Qubes object. There is a mock events dispatcher if you are interacting in any way with events. And if you replace those, you can basically continue with as normal. For example, this is Qube Manager that is running using the mock. As you can see, I wasn't very creative in the color, in the labels of the VM, so everything is green. But the nice thing about the mock is that now you can run this mocked manager in a VM Or like even on a non-Qubes system, if you are developing for Qubes on a non-Qubes system, if that's what you like to do. You don't have to mess with your own system. You don't have to install things in DOM0 to test them, which is a bit of a pain. So I really encourage using those mocks to testing for testing for your personal testing for development and for actually then writing the unit tests. You can there is the most important thing about actually testing things is like when you are, for example, here I'm testing some parts of the global config. And the most important thing that happens is the test Qubes object has a property called expected calls. And you can say, OK, I expect that whenever the thing happens, in this case, I'm trying to set the clock VM. Whenever this thing happens, this QRexec call will happen and will give such a result. And then I call whatever action is actually doing it in the GUI and checking if it happens. If the GUI makes a wrong call, this should explode, which is what we want. We can use the mock Qubes object to also add various. Basically, you can treat it mostly like normal Qubes. You can set various features. For example, here there is some testing of. I'm going to go very fast through it. So here's setting some features. The important thing is if you're using this object, you have to run update VM calls to update the state of the object because it's, it is a bunch of dictionaries in the trench code. But you can even make whole new mock Qubes in the Qubes object, give them some PCI devices or USB devices, so you can easily test behavior of whatever you're doing with devices without messing with your actual system, which is very helpful because it may be difficult to plug out your network card and test things. You can even use it to mock some events. So as you can see, I'm sending here a mock event where some property is going to be set. And if you want to understand more about those QRexec calls, what they are, you can always mock in some existing Qubes program that you're running. You can use the wrapper from this test suite that will later just print. That will just print to console all the QRexec calls that are happening. Then you can see what's actually happening. All right. So that was my introduction to making GUI stuff for Qubes, and I do hope you all make contributions because it's really wonderful to be seeing more and more graphical contributions, which has been happening over the last couple of years. Thank you.
It's Q&A time. We invite you to use this mic for 5 minutes for the questions.
Thanks so much for the talk. I mean, I guess we're used now to getting these, but it's really nice to have this every year. I wanted to ask maybe a provocative question, but how much in the personas design is the intention to describe the current users versus describing users we want to also appeal to?
It's mostly based on actual people. Like I'm using made-up names and made-up locations, but it's based on actual people that I've talked to. So I was trying to base it on real people who are actually using Qubes. But yes, there is this aspirational thing where I do want it to be more accessible. So I'm also including thinking about people who are less super technical. But I think that, again, so we tend to have a very skewed idea of how an average person is. And I think that we in this room, who are, I'm going to assume, very high on the techie scale, tend to assume that only super techie people use Qubes. And that has not been my experience when I was talking with Qubes users. Of course, the loudest voices in the community are the techie people for the obvious reason, because they feel more confident in it. But there is also a lot of people who like, for example, answer the surveys but are not very active in the forum and so on. So the answer is yes, both. But I'm trying to ground it in actual research data.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Okay, couple things. First of all, great presentation. Thank you very much. Second, 4.3 looks very cool. So I already can say that. Some concerns. Qt license. I don't know if you are familiar with that, but Qt got this commercial license, LGPL v3. I just wondering, like, yeah, what in situation if someone wants to commercialize something with Qubes or with UI from Qubes, and how that can imply things. I don't know if you have answers.
I don't have answers, but I can try to figure it out, and we can talk later about it. I don't have answers. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we worked in embedded space with Qt, so we know something about that. And the last thing, this summit is probably a lot around Qubes Air, thanks to the introduction of the features in 4.3. Did you have any thoughts about UI in Qubes Air?
Yes, it's going to be an absolute nightmare to make it work well. But yeah, I'm already working on it, thinking about it. I mean, the problem with Qubes Air and everything is just it makes Qubes even more complicated, because Qubes is already this meta system which contains of a bunch of virtual machines. And now we are just like, oh, let's add some more virtual machines that may not be virtual machines, that may be somewhere else flying around. But I do want to include, I want to try to make the remote cubes another citizen in the class of cubes, so that they will appear in places other cubes appear and can be treated as other cubes when it makes sense, of course. So the thoughts are, oh my God, basically.
Thank you.
1 minute for last question.
Pressure, pressure.
There isn't. Thank you very much, Marta.
Thank you.
5 minutes break.
So, hello everybody. Thanks for being here. Thanks for having me. And first of all, thanks for Qubes OS, because that's such a great tool. Today I would like to share some experiences, how we try to use Qubes on our laptops in an IT department in the Stahl Holding Saar. Stahl Holding Saar, that's just the holding above Dillinger and Saarstahl, which are steel factories. IT is mostly located in the holding, that's where I work, and we are trying to use Qubes as our work laptops for the day-to-day tasks, and yeah, I want to share some experiences with it. So, we are just a small department. We care about data center infrastructure, like the servers, some part of the cabling, storage systems, and Linux systems also, the VMware infrastructure, such stuff. So we want to use Qubes, but actually, to be honest, at the moment, it's just 2 people, a very small pilot group. That's me and my colleague Dominic, who is also here in the audience right now. And why would we want to use Qubes? Why not just use the Microsoft laptops that are already provided in our company? Well, I don't have to explain why we don't want the Microsoft laptops, but why Qubes, why not a bare metal OS on it? So far, I just used a Linux install bare metal on my laptop, because we will have to use Teams and M365, which means our laptops, at least during work hours, will be connected to some cloud permanently, which is a dangerous thing. At least that's what we think. So how can we do this? We might put this on our bare metal Linux laptops, but I think Qubes is the better alternative, because it's great at doing the separation stuff. So we are still in the early phases of adoption. We are still just the small pilot group. So we did not isolate further than just putting out the cloud stuff and a work domain, a work app VM. We are still exploring what is useful to further separate. But what we already gained, thanks to the brilliant work of other people who wrote about it, who documented this, we have key paths separated in a vault domain and also the SSH keys in the vault domain, which is very nice because the master password for the key path never hits the work domain, and even the decrypted states of the password database is invisible to the work domain where you do the everyday tasks. So the chance of this getting feed and migrating to some bad actor is very, very low. Thanks for that. And also, why would we want to use Qubes? Because it's open source. We get no false promises. This is not a rose garden either, so it's not that easy to adopt all the methods, all the structures of it. It's a lot to take in, so we are still in the early phases, but still I think it's the best we could do. Qubes has some programming, design, and assumptions about the infrastructure. Infrastructure is not to be trusted. That's what Qubes OS developers try to follow. And DOM0 is, of course, because it's using the Zen hypervisor, DOM0 is the command center. But it's very well isolated. There is no IP, no internet protocol connectivity in it. So it's very hard to attack DOM0. So, and everybody else has to listen to the commands of DOM0. That's the design in Qubes. And as DOM0 is probably immune to compromise, or mostly immune to compromise, unless you do it wrong, there's a chance that you can put your system back to a sane state, even if single VMs get compromised. In contrast, what we have in a corporate network is we have a huge list of things that we need to trust. And this is the trust in ticks, in quotes, because you can't really say they are trustworthy. It's just as in a trusted computing base, this is something you must use, and you can't just not use it. So you are exposed to every failure in these components, but you have to trust them, because this is the reality in a corporate network. And that's quite a list. Mobile device management, the backup systems have high privileges, so if anything happens to these backup servers, all of your IT is just lost. So that's a whole staff of things. So that's really contrary to what Qubes design is assuming, or under what assumptions Qube is developed. So, networking in Qubes. You have the internal structure of the communication between the single cubes. And to access the network, there's propagation up to this firewall, to this net, out of the physical network. And then there's the implicit assumption that beyond this net, maybe 1 or 2 hops away, is the internet. The internet means you have no private IP addresses, and you can reach everything there is on the registered official IP addresses in the network. Of course, we know there are things like internet blocks, bad things are happening, but basically that is the idea behind it. And also DNS. There's the assumption you connect to the network, maybe via DHCP, and you get a resolver address, and you can use that and get basically everything that there is in the official internet DNS. So, sorry for my artwork. This is a simplification of internal corporate networks. There is still the internet, but it's quite far away, topologically. And even the local network is separated into several subnets. And these are not directly connected. They are not one to several corporate firewalls administered by different people. And if you say, like, we connect with our laptops to the office network, and we say we need access to the remote access card, so we don't have to drive around to connect to some server and just to reboot it, then we have to tell them, so they give us an ACL entry that we can access this card. As long as the infrastructure is working, yes, that's fine. But, you know, that's a lot of infrastructure, and most of it is, sorry to say, not open source. And bad things happen. Updates break things. There's problems with the power sources. So there are times when you can't rely on firewalls and switches and stuff really working. So then you have to drive to the hardware and connect to a switch near or even directly to the system. And I very much like to be using the same system that I just use for everyday work when directly connecting to that part of the infrastructure. These slides are not addressed to you. I think you all know how this works. This is mostly for our internal people, that we also have to be able to access parts when bad things happen directly with these laptops. So, and back to you as the audience, as I said, we are still designing and thinking how to do it, but the most probable way is probably that we will have dedicated sysnet instances, so that when we directly connect to a hardware, then we don't want some browsing stuff perhaps having access to the network while we are just fixing things. So we will probably use dedicated sysnet instances, which means we will have dedicated application VMs to do SSH and perhaps browser interfaces on the remote access cards, just for these cases. So one more complication is that even to get inside our networks from A to B, perhaps you need an HTTP proxy. Some things are not directly reachable. And to further the complications, this needs authentication. And even worse, it needs Kerberos authentication. So, will this fit? That's the question. So, the young guy with the hammer, that's me, and as you can see, I liked to hammer at Qubes already at a very young age. We would prefer to be able to use Qubes without using real force, and not even break it, perhaps. So, as I said, there's limited connectivity. And the worst part is HTTP proxies with authentication. So, of course, then Unix is off the table. Okay, but it's a corporate network. What do we want with Unix inside it? Then proxy configuration. That's a bit of a hassle, especially when we go to disposable VMs, because we have to propagate the configuration and perhaps some authentication credentials into the dis VM, depending on whether or not we want them to have network access or not. That is really some area that needs more research, that needs more thinking on our part on what do we really want. And only if we know what we really want, then we can really start designing ways of using disposable VMs with network access. So another thing is IP addresses, because we address the internal corporate network, which uses private IP space. There is a chance of collision between the IP addresses that Qubes uses internally with the address ranges used in the corporate network. We have been very, very lucky that the reserved IP addresses that Qubes use, the 10.137 for the app VMs, 10.138 for the disposable VMs, and 10.139 for DNS services, were not used. That would have been a real showbreaker, but we were lucky. Still, I said, let's play fair and claim that address space from our IP address management folks, and they kept asking a lot of questions. Why do we need such a huge allocation? Can't we have this smaller? So that was a bit back and forth, and I'm really not sure if it's finally settled. They just stopped asking questions. As an explanation, I put up some routing tables. So let's say I want to access anything beyond sysnet, but it's in a reserved, in the private IP space. Then of course it starts in sysnet, which basically just has its own IP address. Everything in Qubes networking is based on host addresses. So Qubes uses the address space rather sparingly, which is great, but still there is a chance of collision. So next hop is our VPN app VM, network VM. At the moment, it's not in a VPN mode, so it passes the packets onto this firewall. To have a list that actually shows something, I fire all the app VMs that I have, plus one disposable VM, or the list would have been very, very short. So there are just a few IP addresses, and that is possibly the base for conflicts. And if any IP address I would have wanted to reach was one of these, I could not connect to them. So question would be, can we have that range configurable so that it doesn't really have to be 10.137, 10.138? For us, it works. but for other corporate networks that might be a problem. And can we perhaps shrink it? Is that even possible? Because it's bound to the VM ID, and VM IDs are allocated in sequence for app VMs and based on random numbers for disposable VMs. Is there something that needs to have that huge number space, like for restoring from backups or something? So that would be just one question. If we could have more flexibility in that area. Then another thing, we have our own certificate authorities. So we have to propagate these to at least the app VMs. And of course, there's more than one way to do it. And we are still thinking about choosing one way, which is hopefully also the best way. There's a difference between the templates. Fedora puts these, your private CAs, you put them in a directory which is owned by the template. In Debian, you put them usually under the user local directory, which belongs to the app VM. You can merge them inside the template VM, so the resulting file is in the directory space of the template VM. The app VM inherits this, but if the app VM would happen to run the update scripts themselves, they would lose the private CAs. And like I said, it's difficult. Do we want them in disposable VMs or not? We're still thinking about it. It's difficult. Then, this was actually the highlight of the talk. You remember, we don't want to use force, but in this point, I'm afraid we used a bit force and perhaps used a bit much. There are, as far as I know, 4 different update mechanisms. You have one for the template VMs, so the package updates inside an existing template. You have the template manager to download new templates or remove old ones. You have another mechanism to put updates into DOM0. And finally, there's the BIOS update manager. The first one already uses tiny proxy. Template VMs do not have IP connectivity, but it's propagated via a Qubes RPC call. And by default, I can't remember, sysnet or sysfirewall will start the tiny proxy instance. So there is, for that mechanism, there is already some support for upstream proxies, for proxies at all. And what I do then is I just add an upstream statement into the configuration. But also I have to allow list these destinations that are used. The destination list for Debian is quite small, that's easy. The destination list for Fedora is huge. So I just put in, I just allow listed a few of them, and sometimes an update will not work because it tries some destinations and none of them will be reachable, and then I have to do it again. So there are still 3 mechanisms that don't have upstream proxy support at all. So I hacked them into it. And yes, it's in DOM0. I hack around in DOM0. Shouldn't do that, I know. But that's the method I came up with. It's a very complicated script because it has to work for 4 different mechanisms. And it does actually patching. Some of it is a patch statement, some of it is an SED script, where I forced into the code from DOM0 to apply an upstream proxy. And it already broke once, because after one DOM0 update, the scripts that I hacked in have changed, so the patches did not apply anymore. So this is ugly, perhaps even dangerous, so don't try this at home. And I really hope that it will be possible one day that Qubes support it out of the box, that you can have upstream support for all the update mechanisms. So, final slide. What I would wish for. Maybe I ask for a bit much, but yes, it's close to Christmas, so I started my little wish list. The laptops we use. These are the standard laptops that we use in the holding. So these are just plain Dell laptops which have no support for S3. And S3 is the standard suspend mechanism, or it was for a long, long time. And now they only support the modern standby. That's fine with Windows, that's fine with Ubuntu or Arch on bare metal, but it does not really work with Qubes, or perhaps it's just Zen that doesn't handle it well. So if I put my laptop on suspend, it uses almost as much energy as when it is just running. So when I take my laptop home and I put it in the bag, I leave the bag open so that the machine doesn't die from heat. I was lucky that it wasn't really heavily raining while doing this, which would be probably not healthy for the laptop. So that would be high on my wish list, to be able to take the state of the open windows and stuff, to be able to take them home or to take them from home to work without overheating and without having to reboot and rebuild all my working infrastructure. Another point is we do video conferencing a lot, and at the moment we use Jitsi inside a browser in the work VM. I would prefer not to, but that's how I get to share screen content from the work domain. I know there is the Qubes Video Companion, and I tried it, but it has limitations. It shows up as a video camera. So I can switch to another camera, so I can select if other people see me or if they see my screen content. And also I would love to put the camera out of the work VM and even out of the conferencing system. And I would use Qubes Video Companion for that. But then I need 2 Qubes Video Companion instances, and that doesn't work. It just always says, oh no, there's already one instance running. Another one, which is really probably a large wish, we already have the vaulting for key paths and for SSH keys, but we use Kerberos a lot. And with key paths, you still expose the single passwords to, let's say, the work VM. And in Kerberos, these are really, really powerful passwords, and they have the resulting ticket also has a very long time span that it's valid for. And I think it would really improve the system if we could proxy that away, if we could vault it away. That type of vault would need network access to reach the Kerberos servers, but perhaps it's possible to move the resulting TGTs from there to the work VM. Still, it's a long-lasting secret, but I would not have to enter this powerful password in the work VM. And well, there's even more to put into. Perhaps one could even adjust it that the service tickets that are finally granted would also be handled by a Kerberos VM. But probably you would need to adjust the client libraries for that, to add some kind of proxying support into the client libraries. So, thanks for your attention. That was my talk. And now to your questions.
We have 5 minutes for questions. One moment, man. You can start, yes.
So you mentioned the thing about disposables usage and configuring them. You can use named disposables and then configure each cube as the client to use that disposable template. So you can configure the named disposable to have the keys. So like you don't share the keys with multiple disposables, but only of descendants of the same disposable template.
Yeah, thanks for that point. Maybe we can talk about it later. We just started looking into disposable VMs, and probably we just missed many opportunities. So it's great if we could talk about that later. Your feedback is very, very welcome. Thank you.
Hello. I wanted to talk about the modern standby.
Yeah.
It doesn't work in Zen. Modern standby was designed and only really works with native operating systems. It depends heavily on AML in the ACP tables, being able to poke random bits of the hardware. So there's been questions about it for quite a long time, but we need to invent some kind of AML proxy because otherwise each of the VMs that had the device would need access to the main motherboard resources simply to put it into a low power state. So it is a very complicated problem, more so than most other bits we've got.
I thought so, because otherwise it would have already been implemented, I guess.
Yes.
To explain in a little bit more simple words, when a modern standby is used, the operating system turns the low power mode for the devices, but what in fact happens is that the device is actually disappearing from the system because its power is completely cut off in the CPU. So then, of course, can't handle that if this device was, for example, passed through to the virtual machine, right? So it basically breaks whole model of the virtualization in Qubes and in every system that uses actually Zen or any virtualized environment.
To be clear, it's not just Zen. It's
it's
anything that's not a complete normal Windows or a complete normal. Yes, thank you, Intel.
That's their policy to drop S3 and move towards the modern standby.
Yeah, I was very disappointed that Dell doesn't support S3 anymore.
Yeah, that's a problem. We have a person who tries to make it work, and he managed to make it work on 1 or 2 machines, I think. So it requires specific hardware and then a lot of time, basically. So. Yeah.
What about hibernation, actually? Because there was also the hibernation on the S4 state.
That's a different can of worms.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, but I have some different points here. Regarding the proxy, a lot of points you talked are with the proxy authentication. So for updates, you can actually configure it in the repository settings, the repo files for both the DOM0 update and the template updates. And
I cheated because I listed this in the proxy configuration of the upstream proxy to not enforce authentication for these targets.
Yeah.
So no, we don't have for template updates and the other update mechanism, there is no Kerberos authentication.
Yeah, but you can, I'm not sure about the authentication, but to use proxy for updates, you can configure it in the repo files. But regarding the authentication, have you considered using proxy with authentication that provides proxy to other proxies?
I'm not sure I fully grasp your proposal. You mean an RPC proxy for HTTP proxy?
I mean, so there is this tiny proxy thing, but you could possibly have a proxy that has authentication credentials, but on the other end expose just to selected VMs unauthenticated proxy, and it adds like authentication token on the way.
Yes, if you don't tell anybody. I've used that already. Because
VM has access to this
in the work VM, I set up a Squid proxy, and that Squid proxy can use my Kerberos tickets. and I have a Firefox instance guarded away by FireJail inside the work VM. And that means it can't access these Kerberos tickets, but it can use this additional Squid instance as its upstream proxy, so it can access network from there. So yes, but I didn't really analyze it if it's possible to use that for DOM0 updates. The networking part is done, I think, mostly in SysNet.
SysNet and
or
sysfirewall,
Firewall,
depending on the
yeah.
update VM. But you can change it like it's a setting.
And yeah, well, nice thought. I will need more thinking, like with most things that need more thinking and designing. Yeah, but thanks, yeah.
Last minute for questions.
I have one short, maybe. Did you run? Did you run into any software compatibility issue with Qubes?
So far, not.
Okay.
Because we don't have Windows running.
Okay.
So there's M365 on Linux. It's convoluted, but it's possible.
Simon, your question, please.
Okay, I think most have been asked by Mark. For the S0X, there's some experimental flag which we got working on some system in general. As described, it's problematic, but for some system, maybe you can get it worked. That might be worth trying. Yeah, I think the other points were already addressed.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Diplo, your question?
Yeah, maybe I can.
Thank you very much.
Just one comment. So thank you very much for the feedback from the industry. That's very important for adoption of Qubes OS. So great presentation. I guess we have to build the pressure on the procurement, where we essentially standing that either Qubes OS certified, of course, assuming that the devices will fulfill your requirements. That's the thing, or maybe call current provider and tell them why you don't deliver something that works with Qubes. So they get the signal that doesn't matter. If there will be enough people calling them, they will listen.
Yeah, in our department, I think it will finally amount to 8, perhaps 10 Qubes laptops compared to, I think it's in the thousands already of the laptops used. So this is a large volume procurement, which means it gets a good price. If we ask for a Qubes certified laptops, they're 4 or 5 times the price of this. I very much would love one, but I don't think this will be possible. And pressuring Dell with maybe 10 systems, I'm afraid this will not work.
Last question.
So, 2 quick comments. Have you tried packaging your corporate CA in a standard Linux way?
Not yet.
Because that would probably help you. And also, if you have a CI/CD pipeline in your corporate environment, that's probably where you want to put a proxy to all the updates in Fedora. Yeah?
You mean mirroring, doing a local mirror of
something
Fedora?
like
Okay.
Artifactory or something like that, like GitLab, that points to all the Fedora repos you want to access to.
Okay.
Then you can configure that locally in whichever Qubes you like, right?
Yeah. Yeah, good idea. Thank you.
Okay, hello and welcome to my presentation about the Qubes Air, the hardware, firmware, and architectural foundations to the solution. I know that I'm standing in your way between the lunch and everyone else here, but please stick with me for 30 more minutes and we'll be free for at least some time. All right, so for those who don't know me, I'm Michał Żygowski. I work as a firmware engineer at FreeMDEP. I develop mainly core boot. My main interests are just porting stuff to core boot, doing some hardcore low-level stuff in the firmware, enabling hardware features, doing some also security on the lower level, and I'm also the open source firmware enthusiast and the conference speaker. Yeah, and today I would like to talk about the Qubes Air concept, which we could possibly realize on a server machine. So I will try to introduce you to the server systems a little bit. I will also talk about what we are planning for delivering a server system which would be capable of running Qubes OS and realizing the Qubes Air architecture. We'll also talk about some security implications that come out from using a server and how we try to address those various security concerns. And also, I will try to propose some roadmap to a Qubes certified server platform. And yeah, let's go. So many of you may actually not know how typical server works because daily you probably use some laptops, maybe desktops. So servers are much more complex than the regular client hardware you usually use. They have, of course, more devices inside the CPU, more PCIe expansion slots, and sometimes these expansion options are like not standard PCI Express slots. Sometimes you need special cables and adapters for so-called MCIO connectors and other stuff like that. Another feature which distinguishes servers from other platforms is the amount of RAM you can actually plug in. For example, the board I will be showing up has a total of 24 up to 24 slots for RAM memory, which gives a total capacity of 6 terabytes possible for a single socket. So it is like orders of magnitudes bigger than a regular client system. But that, of course, comes with some disadvantages like longer boot times because there are more devices on the CPU, there's more memory to initialize, right? So if you are like used to boot in a couple seconds, then on, for example, an AMD system where the memory is initialized on every boot, you will have to be a little bit patient and sacrifice at least a couple minutes. Another unique thing about servers is their remote manageability. So pretty much every server has a microcontroller called baseboard management controller that is present on the board and provides remote management capabilities. And it also includes the virtual keyboard, video, and mouse. Of course, it poses probably some threats to the Qubes OS in general because you don't rather want to have like a remote access to your DOM0 with this keyboard, video, mouse interface from the baseboard management controller. Yeah, but also there is also a lot of advantages actually of using a server platform because the server platforms are like bleeding edge use of the current technology. So you have the most prominent features, including the IOMU, NDMA, secure encryption for the virtual machines, etc., etc. But of course, it also comes with a huge price, right? So even in the lower grade servers, like if you select some lower end CPU and do not populate all the DRAM slots, they're all still like 2 or 3 times more expensive than a regular laptop or desktop. Yeah, so
what we are planning as FreeMDep as a part of the Shower firmware is that we are preparing firmware for the following boards. One is Intel-based, the ASRock, which is seen on the left. Actually, we already released the first firmware version for this board. And on the right, you can see a Gigabyte MZ33, which is the current generation AMD server processor. It supports the current generation of AMD server processors. And as you can see, it has much more RAM slot expansions than the Intel board. So a little bit of comparison, what is like common and different about these platforms. First of all, the Intel board, well, it is initialized basically through the same way with closed source Intel firmware support package binary, which does the whole silicon initialization and memory training. The Intel FSP ecosystem is pretty stable. It functions for a couple of years already, but its server variants are still functionally limited when they are not used on the host UEFI firmware. On the contrary, the AMD board actually uses open source silicon initialization. At least the CPU BIOS part is fully open thanks to the AMD's initiative of open sourcing the CPU initialization code, and this project is called AMD OpenSIL, which stands for Open Silicon Initialization Library. However, it is still in a proof of concept stage, so there is no official support for production implementations for it yet. The production state for this solution is expected to be in the next year with the next generation of AMD processors, as far as I know. But yes, it is already publicly available for some evaluation use, so everybody can take this code and try to use it with their hardware. As I mentioned, the boot times are also quite different. While Intel maintains the lower boot times with their fast boot feature, on AMD it is not present. For some reason, the fast boot feature, I don't know, maybe is not on plan of record, and the memory is not, the previous memory settings are like not reused on each boot, despite they are like safe in a non-volatile storage. So we observe like 2 minutes plus booting time before even, for example, the firmware starts executing on the main CPU. Of course, with open source firmware like Coreboot we are providing on these boards, we have an open source implementation of the system management mode code, which is one of the prerequisites for the Qubes certified hardware. But of course, we cannot get rid easily of the privileged coprocessor that are present on those boards, which is the famous or infamous Intel management engine. The server boards run a special variant of this firmware called Server Platform Services. And unfortunately, on the Intel server boards, this management engine is occupying 75% of flash space, which is 48 megabytes. It's totally ridiculous, but yeah, there is some option to reduce this footprint by including a minimalistic management engine firmware, which is called Ignition firmware. And that way we could possibly reduce this blob footprint and even probably remove the management features from this coprocessor. On the other hand, AMD has a platform security processor, which, in contrary to Intel, where management engine lives on chipset, the AMD PSP lives on the CPU itself. However, its footprint of blobs is order of magnitudes smaller. If I count the unique files that are included in the image, the whole stuff is like taking maybe 3 megabytes, which is, I would say, reasonably acceptable, especially if we compare to the Intel variant, right? From the disadvantages of the AMD platform security processor, we can include the its responsibility for the memory initialization and the whole memory encryption and the secure virtualization features that that are provided in the server processors. And yes, it may pose some challenges to actually implement it correctly and use it securely. And yes, as I mentioned, the Shara firmware based on Core Boot was already released for the ASRock platform. It happened like 1 week ago, but for Gigabyte we are still there's still work in progress. We are already booting Qubes, which I will show you a little bit later on the demo, but we still face some various issues with too advanced features for my brain to solve yet. But we estimate it to be released in the 4th quarter this year. Now a little bit about the characteristics of server boards that I mentioned on the earlier slides. The PCI Express expansion. So on AMD current generation, almost all lanes are like PCI Express 5.0 capable, so they are pretty fast, I would say. And either the boards can have like regular PCI Express slots with times 16 physical lines in it. For example, for some GPUs and building some LLMs in your home lab maybe. But also you have an option to connect the PCI Express devices through so-called MCIO connectors. But these connectors have only 8 lanes per connector, but you can join them into times 16 ports when you have special adapters and cables, which I have shown on the slides. Then we have the infamous remote management. So basically, every server has this remote management controller, which provides the KVM features. From one side, it's of course some convenience because you don't need any extra input devices. You just plug one Ethernet cable to the management port, and you can log into the baseboard management controller GUI and open the KVM window and control your system remotely. For those who are concerned about the capabilities of baseboard management controller, it of course is as simple as unplugging the Ethernet patch cord from the APMI port, so the port that is providing those management capabilities. And additionally, one may of course also disable the USB port that is actually connecting the baseboard management controller to the host CPU. So basically you're paralyzing the KVM and remove the thread, which of course is huge if this KVM connects directly to DOM 0, right? Which actually right now happens because the default configuration is for the GUI VM to be DOM 0. Additionally, to reduce the footprint of closed source firmware and provide some additional security properties to the system, we would also like to have OpenBMC-based solution which would improve the trustworthiness of the whole server and implement a root of trust. Because BMC is very much involved in the whole booting process of the system, because it, for example, has access to the BIOS flash, it also routes the power button to the CPU. So it is able to read the BIOS flash, for example, before the CPU boots, authenticate and verify maybe some portion of the flash that is responsible for the early boot code of the CPU, and possibly control the platform and allow it to power on or not by using the power button connection and the verification state of the early boot firmware. Of course, this is just an idea. The real solution may be slightly different, but you may get the point. There are also some other possibilities to secure the BMC, but before I would like also to talk a little bit how the root of trust is actually realized on a server system. So most server systems use the 8-speed chips for the baseboard management controllers. and they already offer some hardware-supported root of trust since the ASPEED AST2600 chips, which are actually used on these two server boards that I have mentioned. They have some one-time programmable memory to store the keys for verification of the BMC firmware. And if provisioned well, only a signed and verified U-boot SPL image is executed on the BMC because this is an ARM chip. So there's also some public tooling available for this, so I think the solution can be quite auditable. And there are also other ideas how one can, for example, secure a server, which is the platform firmware resiliency. This design is not creating a root of trust inside the BMC, but rather in a chip that is capable of providing root of trust to every component in the system. And this is described by the NIST standard about the platform firmware resiliency guidelines, where CPLD or FPGA is the root of trust for the whole platform, and every component in the system has to communicate with it to establish the trust and possibly get some approval of whether I can boot or not. Of course, it is also designed to be much more silicon vendor agnostic because there are many implementations done of root of trust done differently by various silicon vendors because, for example, you have the secure boot on the ASPEED chip I mentioned briefly earlier. We have Intel BootGuard, for example, on the Intel CPUs, and we have a platform secure boot on the Intel AMD systems. So it is like it is so different. It is easier to have like one unified implementation than rather using some silicon vendor-specific stuff. And last but not least, the AMD Platform Security Processor, or nowadays more likely called AMD Secure Processor. It is also an ARM coprocessor, which, as I mentioned, lives inside the AMD CPUs. It is responsible for performing also some early hardware initialization before the x86 CPUs even starts. And yes, it is responsible for the memory initialization and the encryption features. It also nowadays participates in the dynamic measured launch. So the DRTM and trench boot would have to also communicate with this coprocessor to properly invoke the DRTM sequence. It is also maybe a little bit overly privileged, like Intel Management Engine, but yeah, if it is broken through, then it may pose some threats to the system, but it's not much different than Intel. Some parts of this AMD PSP code have been published by AMD on GitHub. So, for example, the secure encrypted virtualization code, which lives in the PSP, has been published on GitHub. So people can actually maybe not build the code, but at least audit the code. Okay, and a little bit of the virtualization features that I would like to mention and how they actually could incorporate into the Qubes Air architecture and the whole security of Qubes. We have like various technologies that AMD was adding one by one with each generation of the server CPUs. First, we had the secure encrypted virtualization that, for example, enabled the memory encryption for the guest VMs. So basically, this lets the guest VM to have some slightly more security from, for example, malicious hypervisor. So even if hypervisor would like to inject something into the guest RAM, it would just only, most likely in worst case, cause a crash because it would write some junk because the key used for the guest VM to encrypt the guest VM memory would be different than the host. So basically, it would not be able to inject any meaningful data. Then we also have the secure encrypted virtualization with encrypted state, which additionally encrypts the state of the virtual machine or its register. So basically, again, malicious hypervisor is not able to inject the malicious values into the registers or extract the, for example, some sensitive data from guest VM into the hypervisor area. Then we have also a secure nested paging feature, which also strengthens the guest VMs from hypervisors by providing a protection of the guest private memory, where the hypervisor cannot, for example, modify this private memory freely because the page tables mapping this memory to the guest are protected from the hypervisor. And also we have the newest feature, which is Trusted I/O, which lets the guest choose whether it trusts some given device enough to allow the device to access the private memory that is protected by the secure nested paging. Okay, so yeah, this is like a protocol to allow a trusted I/O to bypass the hypervisor and let the guest talk to the virtualized I/O menu and directly obtain the data from the device without hypervisor intervention. Okay, I have a little bit. I'm short on time, so I guess I have to speed up a little bit. So this is a diagram that depicts the encrypted state. So basically, whenever some interrupt is caused that has to switch the guest into the hypervisor mode, the hardware is like encrypting the state of the virtual machine, and then the hypervisor, when resumes the operation of the guest, the state is then decrypted back so that the guest may run again. Then with the secure nested paging, we have the situation where we have this private memory that is protected by the guest, and then untrusted device, for example, can only DMA to the shared memory of the guest and hypervisor, and then the guest can copy the data into the private memory. But to improve the performance of it, for example, if we trust the device, we can directly DMA to the private memory and use it in the guest already. But this, of course, needs the assistance of the next technology, which is the trusted I/O. So basically, it adds another layer of security to inter-device guest communication by leveraging a new PCI specification protocols that, for example, encrypt the communication channels between the device and the CPU, and then another encryption which is like happening between the in the secure processor and the guest virtual machine. As you can see, it is like bypassing the hypervisor completely. Of course, it also encrypts the traffic to the DRAM between the memory controller and the CPU. So we also get some performance gain by bypassing all the hypervisor, but also have an additional encryption to secure the communication. Another thing that is also a challenging thing to get it working right is a new feature which is called smart data cache injection, which, if you were afraid of DMA to the memory, now you should be afraid of DMA directly to the CPU cache. And the reason for that is to improve the performance of I/O even more, because the bandwidth of the interfaces in modern computing is like becoming faster and faster, and basically operating on the RAM, which is much farther away from the CPU than the cache, is causing some bottlenecks. So basically, why not just inject the data directly to cache? Of course, it will pose some problems. Okay, so now a little bit about how the Qubes Air could be used with all these server features. So basically, these security features have a potential to secure the VM from problems affecting the hypervisor, and of course can be applicable to any of the use cases that were described in the Qubes blog post. So we may use the server as some remote device that could provide us some secure VMs for having a Qubes in the cloud. But also you can have your own server and have a Qubes hybrid mode where you can store some security sensitive virtual machines on the server, protected by those security technologies for the virtualization, or simply have an air-gapped server with some regular Qubes in it. As for the roadmap to the certified server, of course, we would like to have the open source boot firmware, which we are actively working on right now. We also have to support the new virtualization features inside the firmware, and also probably the operating system stack, so the hypervisor and Linux. Then probably we should have some extended certification requirements for the server and perform some validation and testing. So for the additional certification requirements which I would like to propose are mainly these security features that I mentioned on the previous slides, for the stronger memory, guest memory and state encryption and protection, and also the strong device, guest device I/O isolations. If you have also any other proposals for any other certification requirements, then feel free to suggest some. And there is still a feature or like technology that I haven't yet considered, which is the Compute Express link, which may also pose some challenges to protect against DMA, because it can, for example, add additional memory to the system through the same link as PCI Express. So yeah, I wanted to show some demo, but we don't have enough time. So I can show you maybe later, if you would be interested, how the server boots in the Qubes OS. So thank you so much. Okay, any questions? Oh yeah.
Thanks for the presentation. I have one question about this encrypted DMA. Does it require also some special support on the device side, or is it generic? And also, is MMIO access protected?
So actually, this trusted I/O stuff is requiring special protocols, which is being worked on, or even is already in some draft state in the PCI specification. This is called the TDISP. In short, it was Trusted Execution Engine Device Interface Security Protocol. So basically, this has to be some compliant device that implements this protocol. And then you have another protocol called IDE, which is the PCI integrity and the data encryption, which encrypts the whole traffic. But another advantage of having these capabilities on the PCI endpoint devices is that they can, these protocols can be used to authorize a device. For example, from what I read, there is a possibility for a device to present some kind of certificate and some guarantees about the platform manager, vendor, and the features that the device should support. So basically, it should also solve some problems about the PCI Express device impersonation, for example, by changing some IDs and other capabilities of the device.
One short question from my side. Maybe I missed the point at the starting of your presentation, but why do you choose these both mainboards?
So these two mainboards were carefully selected because of the reasons of being not fused to vendor keys. So basically, in order to run an open source firmware on these boards and have a more trustworthy solution, you have to carefully look at the firmware that vendor is offering. If this firmware is, for example, enabling Intel BootGuard or AMD Platform Secure Boot and binds you to the firmware vendor to run only your firmware. Because if you will try to boot your own firmware, for example, it would simply be refused because you do not own the key that was burned inside the CPUs or chips. For example, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm just forwarding a question from a colleague of mine over the internet. He's asking if basically you're aware that there is some work in Zen about AMD ECV, especially from Teddy from Vates.
I heard about some work on the last Zen Summit, but
Yeah.
I haven't. To be honest, I haven't followed the progress of it, so I
Yeah.
can't really answer. Sorry.
Yeah, there was a talk about it on the
there
on
was,
the
exactly.
Summit. Thank you.
On your slide about connections between the BMC and the host, are you sure? How confident are you with only two ways of communicating? There are at least two others I'm aware of.
Okay, so
yeah, so that
of course you have the PCI Express for VGA, then you have USB for KVM, and then you have the LPC or ESPI for legacy I/O like serial port and all the out-of-band signals.
Yes,
and of course the BIOS flash as well. Like you mentioned.
Right, but specifically this how you can interrupt it. There's also the HECI protocol, which is an in-memory protocol that you can do between the OS and that. And there's generally also an I2C bus that in the past has not been locked down as well as it ought to have been. There are many, many ways of getting access to the BMC that most people aren't aware of.
Yeah, but it's more about not... for BMC to not have access to the host CPU rather than the other way.
Yeah, but...
yeah, I know. The number of connections is, yes, it's much more than that. But yeah, I just wanted to show that some things can be just killed if necessary. But thank you for the feedback. Yeah. I just haven't studied too much server schematics yet to be that knowledgeable about the designs. But yeah, I will catch up soon.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, server sitting not only money.
But then the left, and there's restaurant, and they should guide us to the proper place.
Yeah.
And regarding
Hello, I'm Alyssa, and I'm going to tell you about a different compartmentalized operating system and what Qubes OS might be able to learn from it. So to tell you a little bit about myself and how I got to be here doing this, in about 2017, I discovered Qubes OS, and on the homepage of the Qubes OS website, I quite vividly remember there was this embedded YouTube video. It was called Qubes OS 3.1 Overview/Demo by somebody called Racing Mars. And I watched this video, and I thought, wow, this is how a computer should work. And I was so excited. But whatever hardware I had at the time, I couldn't run Qubes OS on. It was probably a MacBook. So, OK, I did some research. What would be the perfect laptop to buy to run Qubes OS on? I bought it. Eventually, it arrived. And I tried to install Qubes OS, and I couldn't. And the installer just encountered some error halfway through. I did not get a working Qubes OS out of it at the end. Eventually, I was able to solve this problem by having a friend do the installation for me. I don't know what they did, but they got it to work. And so then I was actually able to use the system, finally, months later. I was so excited. But it didn't work out as well as I had hoped it would. I didn't have an obvious need for multiple security domains because I was just, I was a student. I didn't have to separate clients. I didn't have to separate work and personal, really. But I did want things to be minimally privileged, separated from each other. So what I ended up doing was I started off with quite, just a few cubes, and then I ended up, OK, we can separate this, and eventually I ended up with 1 cube per application. Because really, why should these things be able to interact with each other in a way that I don't know about at all without me explicitly doing that? And that became quite difficult to manage, even with templates and so on. I also struggled with backing up the system. This, I had to do a lot of manual setup to get everything to work the way I wanted, a little bit of tweaking stuff. Getting a Debian template to work, I remember being annoying for some reason. Eventually, I got it all to work. And then, if I could have easily backed up the whole system, that would have been fine. But that was not so easy. And that meant when something went wrong, somehow in one of my template VMs, the RPM database was corrupt or something, there was no way for me to recover from it. And so this was the end of my Qubes OS journey at the time. I came back to it. I've come back to it in the time since. I've used Qubes OS sort of one-off a couple of times, but I wasn't able to use it for the everyday use like I was really hoping. But I was very young, and I was very naive, and I thought maybe we could do this differently. So now, many years later, I'm here telling you about Spectrum. Spectrum is a compartmentalized operating system done quite differently. So some specific, the kind of specific important things about Spectrum, I'm just going to run through quickly. I'll explain these more as in context as they come up later. But Spectrum is upstream first, opinionated, unobtrusive, modern, and most importantly, unfinished. But that's OK, because the world has Qubes OS. I don't know if this is true, but I heard somewhere, I think, that the first version of Qubes OS was put together in 10 days or something, like the first prototype. We've been working on Spectrum now for about 6 years. But taking our time is going to be worth it, we think, and I'll get into why later. And because the world has Qubes OS already, we don't need to rush to fill this need for a compartmentalized system. We can take our time and see how we can rethink it. So for the rest of the presentation, I'm going to focus on specifically differences between Qubes OS and Spectrum, because I think that's where there's going to be the most to learn. But there is also a lot that we do the same. For example, our approach to isolating hardware, very similar. I'm not going to go into that. So the first big difference between Qubes and Spectrum is that Spectrum is an image-based distribution. This is like quite a big movement in Linux distributions overall, away from having a mutable root file system that the administrator sort of directly edits files on and can change however they want. And when you do an update, it's quite complicated because you have to figure out, okay, well, there's this config file and it's changed in the updated package, but the user has edited it. What do we do? Doing these kind of file-by-file changes and updates and whatever, that can be quite, whatever the opposite of robust is. I have lost the word. So this means that everybody is running exactly the same Spectrum image. All the whole root file system is the same. You can't change it. This means that it is very difficult to break things. So installation, the sort of installation failure that I had during Qubes, when I was trying to install Qubes OS, it wouldn't happen with an image-based system, because with an image-based system, you are just copying partitions into place. There's not really very much that can go wrong. And similarly, updates. You don't have to worry about how do we reconcile that maybe changes have been made here. You don't have to worry about what if some packages end up updated and others don't. You either are running one version of the system or you are running the next version of the system. There is no in-between. And this also provides very, very easy authenticated boot. We know the exact root file system that we are booting into. We can hash it as part of the boot process. We can just make sure that we are booting the exact version of the root file system that we expect. This is a big one. Qubes OS is far more customizable than Spectrum. I really see a big movement in Linux distributions in general away from this sort of focus on absolute customizability that we have seen that you've traditionally been able to do. Image-based systems are one of the motivations for this. It's more likely that you would provide multiple images that people could download rather than letting them sort of completely change out whatever they want on their system. So with Spectrum, what we're really aiming to provide is a reference implementation of compartmentalization where we have made our choices for how the system is going to be set up, what desktop environment you have, that sort of thing. And it is all integrated together into this one nice thing. And if you need it to work in a different way, then Spectrum is probably not the system for you. One fallback that you have in that situation is Qubes OS, which again, really being out there, being very customizable enables us to be more narrowly focused like this. But the other thing that we aim to do is also, we find a lot of enthusiasts want to put together their own sort of lightweight compartmentalization on top of whatever system they already like. We really want to enable that. A lot of this stuff is really badly documented. So in the next little while, my aim is for Spectrum to also become a hub for documentation for, I want to put together my own compartmentalized system that works exactly the way I want for people who want or need that. The user experience of Spectrum is substantially different from Qubes OS and is largely informed by my experiences trying to make Qubes OS work for me. So unlike in Qubes OS where you set up all of your VMs for security domains up front and configure them and so on, in Spectrum, a VM is something that the system puts together for you on the fly. You think in terms of applications. You interact with applications like you would in a normal Linux system. You can install them, you double-click them, they launch. That application is running in a VM, but you didn't need to set that VM up ahead of time. We have a single global file system. This falls out of the VMs not being sort of concepts that you think about are persistent things. So data does not live in a VM. When I ended up with lots and lots of cubes, one per application, there wasn't a lot of the time often a natural place for specific data to live, and I often found myself losing it. It was hard to find where on the system did I leave this thing. In Spectrum, that will be much easier because we have a single global file system from the host's point of view, from the user's point of view. But what applications see by default is nothing. And they can then get access to specific files in this global file system or specific file hierarchies as required. And ideally, that happens at runtime as you need it. So you have an application, maybe a PDF reader. You do file open. That application at that point can't access any files, but it can ask the host to give it a file to open. At that point, you get a file chooser dialog that runs outside of the VM that can see all of your files. You can choose one. The VM has access to that. This uses the XDG desktop portal mechanism that was initially developed for Flatpak, and we've had a pretty easy time adapting it to virtualization rather than containerization. We'd also hope to implement other portals in future. There's a camera portal, for example. There's a screen sharing portal. So we should be able to have a much more reactive experience where you can set things up as you need them without additional overhead rather than having to define things in advance. And finally, it's important to us to support multiple instances of an application for those times when you do have distinctly separate security domains. For example, you might have Thunderbird. You might have work emails and personal emails and really want to keep those separate. In that case, the Spectrum way to do things is applications first, domain second. So you would have a personal Thunderbird profile and a work Thunderbird profile. Those have distinct sets of settings. Those have distinct data storage. But when you are initially setting this up, you can start up Thunderbird. You get it in a new VM. You set it up the way you want. You configure all your preferences for how it looks or whatever. And then you can basically save that instance of the application just like you would be used to saving a document. So you can save a copy, call it work, save another copy of your, call it personal, and then from that point on, those two are distinct and can't interfere with each other. Another big difference between Qubes OS and Spectrum is Spectrum is Wayland native. We use the Wayland forwarding technology that came out of Chrome OS. They are able to basically forward Wayland into and out of a VM, including all the shared memory stuff that goes on, without having to serialize it and do slow sort of send stuff over a socket things. This will also later give us access to more features that have been developed for Chrome OS to enable running Android and Linux applications in a VM on Chrome OS, such as GPU virtualization is something that they're working on at the moment. We have chosen, based on our discussions with Wayland developers, to focus on integrating with a single Wayland compositor rather than sort of interposing ourselves in between applications and the compositor to do our stuff there. That stuff would be things like restricting permissions or doing fancy window decorations or doing access control. In Spectrum, this is going to be integrated into the compositor so that there's no additional latency, there's no possibility for a confused deputy. But we don't want to have to write our own compositor, and we don't want to have to fork a compositor to, and then going forward, maintain it ourselves. Spectrum's upstream first focus means that we really want to be maintaining very little code of ourselves, just what's necessary to put everything together into one system. So we are working with the developers of the Cosmic Wayland compositor to basically turn it into a library, expose hooks for doing all the stuff that we need. We can write our custom code that does the things we care about without having to touch any sort of general compositor code that we don't have special requirements for. And later we expect that we'll be able to do reasonably secure acceleration of applications, multiplexed access to a GPU with DRM native contexts that have been developed for Chrome OS. The fundamentals are all in place there. It's really a question of wiring it up. Qubes is based on Zen. In Spectrum, we use KVM. And the big reason for this is that this is where the development momentum is. We've seen a lot of innovation in KVM over the last 5 or 10 years. One real strong example of that is RustVMM. This is a set of libraries for putting together custom virtual machine monitors, the user space part of the hypervisor, that was extracted from Chrome OS's special purpose virtual machine monitor CrossVM, and now this sort of set of building blocks is being used for all sorts of special purpose, limited scope, limited attack surface virtual machine monitors. In Spectrum, we use Cloud Hypervisor, which is one of these. We've contributed to it quite a lot. There's also a lot of work going on to take device implementations out of KVM virtual machine monitors. This means that they can be independently sandboxed. This means that you can come up with you can do a custom device implementation if you need to without having to patch the virtual machine monitor. And so this has also seen a lot of innovation recently. This allows us to do things like, for example, use CrossVM's implementation of a GPU device, but without using the rest of CrossVM, using Cloud Hypervisor. There is some limited Zen support starting to come into RustVMM and also to these other devices and stuff, but it's quite far behind. KVM is really where the focus of a lot of this stuff is, particularly stuff on the desktop that is mostly being done in Chrome OS, but also more broadly. KVM also gives us a much better portability story. KVM tends to support new architectures very soon after basic support for them lands in Linux. And the virtual machine monitors tend to be quite fast too. So unlike in Qubes OS, in Spectrum we have AArch64 support at parity with x86-64. And in fact, I'm doing my development on AArch64 the vast majority of the time. And RISC-V support is also not far behind. It's mostly a question of waiting for all of the packages to build because there is not fast RISC-V hardware at the moment. And there are going to be a few sort of package builds that need to be fixing, but there's nothing fundamental that's stopping us from having support for RISC-V very soon. There are also drawbacks to using KVM. A big one is that we have to have this big host system because we don't have a hypervisor underneath everything like you have in Zen, where DOM0 is just another VM, but a privileged one, or at least another compartment, but a privileged one. In Spectrum, we have the Linux host, and it has to run all of the VMs. And also, because of this architecture, KVM doesn't have a cultural tradition of putting device implementations into their own VMs. They are almost always run directly on your big host. This means that drivers don't tend to be written to distrust the devices, because the host in the traditional KVM architecture has always been absolutely trusted. It's possible that with the move to confidential computing that we're starting to see, where VMs don't trust the host, that we will start to see drivers used with KVM being more robust, but that's yet to be seen. Zen is way ahead here on being designed for distrusting drivers and being able to move drivers into VMs. Spectrum is rolling release. We will not be doing stable numbered version releases like Qubes OS does. The reason we have to do this really is the kernel. When new stable kernel releases come out, they say all users must upgrade. And they do now, to some extent, track security vulnerabilities, but there are so many that it is not feasible for a small project to look through and figure out what are the relevant ones. So we definitely have to provide a rolling release of the kernel. This is way more important to Spectrum than it is for Qubes because Spectrum uses more of the kernel. It doesn't have Zen limiting what kernel stuff is actually required. And we're being more trusting a bit more the kernel to be on top of mediating access to the GPU, that sort of thing. We have more kernel attack surface. We really need to make sure that we are always providing an up-to-date kernel. But this has some really strong advantages to it as well. One is that when people contribute to Spectrum, they are going to be able to see those contributions show up in the normal release that they can use almost immediately. They're not going to have to wait many months for a new version of a stable release. We're also going to be much more better able to support modern hardware. A lot of the time with stable Linux distributions and similar systems, there's nothing fundamentally stopping your new hardware from running it, but a lot of the time it doesn't work anyway because the kernel that is provided by that stable system is just too old. And all that would be necessary to fix it is use a newer kernel, but in many cases that's not possible. So by being a rolling release system, modern hardware will be supported much faster without us having to really do anything. I'm a bit short for time. We're going to be able to find bugs while they can still be fixed. A lot of the time you can, if you find a bug 1 or 2 years later, now somebody is relying on the new behavior and you can't fix it. So, and of course we don't need to spend our time backporting things. Spectrum uses Nix. Nix calls itself a purely functional package manager. I would describe it as a package composition system. That's probably a bit easier to understand. It provides reproducibility of inputs. With a git commit from the Spectrum repository, you know that the hash of every build input to that. You can download the whole thing. You can do your build offline. Know that there's no extra stuff sneaking in. This means that you have a complete set of stuff that you need to audit. It means that if we find a regression, we can just go back, build an old version. Everything will build exactly as it did basically at the time, even if it is 3 years ago. We can bisect our way to find where the regression was introduced, what package update did that. This is going to really enable the rolling release because it will let us solve regressions easily as they come up. But it's important to stress there's a system called Nix OS that is built on Nix. Spectrum is not Nix OS. So what's next? We have, to get our initial release out, it has been far too long. So we have a big focus on that. There are some missing features. The GPU stuff, our custom window decorations, we have the path to it, but we don't have them yet. We want to really focus on documentation after that, be this place, the sort of center of the community where people interested in compartmentalization will come and learn about how to put together their own things. Various hardening stuff we want to do. Making the build of the Spectrum image reproducible. Nix provides input reproducibility. It doesn't provide complete reproducibility. You might have multiple threads that race and produce outputs in a different order, that sort of thing. The system is currently huge. We have done no reduction of optional dependencies we don't need or whatever. And there's going to be lots more too. So as I end the presentation, I'd just like to acknowledge the funding that has made Spectrum possible. This is both crowdfunding and grants from an LNet Foundation. If I didn't have both of these, it wouldn't have been feasible to spend all the time that I've spent putting it together. And now also to enable other people to also put work into making this something that people can use. So I think we have a lot to learn from each other in our two communities. I want a future in which Qubes OS is successful and Spectrum is successful, and they are complementary. Because I think that the people who are natural Spectrum users and the people who are natural Qubes users, there is some overlap. There is not that much overlap. I think really what I am hoping to do is reach new people who do not currently have access to a compartmentalized system that works for them. So. Questions?
Thanks for the presentation. Yeah, I have some. You said that it's intentionally not very customizable. On the presentation before, we had this, one of the problems in Qubes was to set up a proxy to download update, and it requires patching some scripts. What is your approach with Spectrum in such cases?
So much as we are Spectrum developers try to have a big upstream first focus, we would encourage maybe not exactly end users, but sort of deployers of the system to also have that upstream first approach and come to us and work with us, tell us what they need, and try to provide that as a sort of native feature of the system rather than trying to hack it in.
Okay, so Kerberos authentication in proxy for downloading stuff is coming to.
I have written it down.
Okay. As for the size, you said it's huge. What do you mean it's huge? Is it bigger than Qubes?
I don't know how big Qubes is. Last time I checked, just the host system was about 8 gigabytes, and a complete Spectrum image was 12. That is way bigger than it needs to be.
Yeah.
And it's basically an artifact of Nix packages by default give you everything, and if you don't want everything, you turn it off, rather than some other package repositories which do things the opposite way around.
Yeah, but with Qubes 4.3, I think we just hit 8 gigabytes of the installation. Yeah.
We also need twice as much disk space for updates. So you have an A partition and a B partition. If you're booted on the A partition, you install the update to the B partition and then reboot to the other one. So you need space for 2 versions of the system at once.
And regarding rolling release, if you are using it for like development or some personal, it's probably okay. But what if there is some regression and you really need your working system, but you also want to like apply security fixes? So that's something we have customers that are concerned with updating at arbitrary time with arbitrary new features coming and maybe breaking changes. So what would you recommend if using in such use cases?
I would say that I don't think that it's feasible to differentiate security fixes and things that will cause you regressions and put those into 2 boxes. I really think that the only way to have a system that is secure is to stay up to date always. And if you have a regression, roll back temporarily, get the regression fixed. I hope we can be very, very responsive for that sort of thing. And because otherwise it's so easy to miss things that do fix security problems but aren't marked as security fixes, or just that backporting them was missed in a distribution, in an upstream project, that sort of thing.
Yeah, in Qubes we have this kernel and kernel latest. Kernel latest is tracking the most recent stable kernel, and kernel's default is LTS. So we do provide those timely, kind of timely, and thanks.
It's possible that we could do something for stable releases, but it's really not sort of built for it at the moment. Like I can imagine how it would work. But my advice to anybody would be, don't do it.
Yeah, especially for the kernel, it should be quite easy because kernel is quite good at stable IBI. So
Yes.
Updating kernel rarely require any user space update, so that you can do them separately.
Next question.
Yeah, thanks for the talk. You said it's image-based and everybody runs the same image, but then you update inside a running machine using the NIX packaging system.
No, we use the NIX sort of package composition system to build a new image. So you download a complete new image, ideally at some point with Delta updates, so you only download the change bits, but you get a complete new image. You put that image into your other partition, you reboot into that partition.
Okay, and user data is then located in a third partition.
Exactly.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I was wondering specifically, like, how has your experience been with Flatpaks and app images? Because on the Qubes side, it's like, it's a mess to install things. I created a page on the user forum of like, this is how the software is provided, and this is how you install it. But it's very hard to like solve the discoverability problem. So I'm wondering if you have insights on how to make applications easier to find with various methods of like installing. Because you have to.
So Flatpaks are not done yet. They're going to be done by the end of the year. But the way that I expect that it will work is that people will be able to use the normal Flatpak store and of their choice, I suppose, and install Flatpaks into the global file system, and then they will be able to, those will be run in VMs, and the system will be very similar to exactly how Flatpaks would work on Fedora, for example. I think that Spectrum has a much easier user story here than it does, than Qubes OS does, because we don't have these. You don't need to install Flatpak, that's supported out the box. You don't need to run your Flatpak store in a VM and figure out then, okay, but now I've installed the Flatpak, how do I get that to run in its own VM? That's all taken care of by the system.
Okay, so Flatpak is basically the main way, and I'm guessing app images is going to be as an extra, like if you really want something, then you can like get an app image, but not necessarily in a store.
Yeah, I did app images first because they were easier. Like running an app image is just way simpler than running a Flatpak. Yeah. But for me, app image is really a sort of easy way to get something going, and Flatpak is going to be the main focus. And then we're going to have to come up with some solution for what do you do if you want to run some proprietary application that gives you a .deb or something. Haven't figured that out yet. Probably won't be too hard to just run it in a Debian container inside our VM image or something like that. Flatpak is the focus.
Okay, and I'm guessing the updates are done through the store. So
yeah.
Yeah, okay, sounds good.
Okay. Hello and welcome to my talk, which will be about Qubes Air and kind of my opinionated view on some proposition for security-conscious technical professionals. So that's me. I'm founder of 3MDEP. 3MDEP is essentially an organization which kind of trying to transition from the service-based to product-based. So there are three kind of, you see that there are chess here. I'm a chess player, love chess. And so there are three kind of levels here. So this is probably the most common. This is the Sharo, which is kind of our most successful brand. This is pace enterprise training, essentially the pawn, which is enlightened because of the knowledge it gets. At some point, maybe it will be king, who knows. So which is like our educational proposition and kind of productized education. And Zarhus is embedded Linux, trying to be a place where we exercise root of trust, chain of trust technology, and close to hardware provisioning of those technology to build more trustworthy solutions. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to start with some problem statement, which I call frictions here. And maybe let's set the stage with some actors. So for my story, we have three actors. We have experts, adversaries, and auditors. So experts are essentially experienced professionals. Could be, I don't know, maybe quality assurance of mission-critical software. Could be someone who's dealing with confidential and top-secret documents. Maybe researchers. I guess recently very huge and important group is the group which trying to do self-hosted GPUs for LLM inference. And the point essentially here is that those experts have to deal with some highly confidential stuff, some keys maybe, maybe have some serious needs for. So adversaries could be internal, external. Auditors, very common stuff today. We even have some talk about CRA tomorrow. So those are essentially people responsible for providing compliance, maybe certification. Yeah. Why them? So those players typically have need for resources, and essentially they have resources to afford certain solutions, which may be not that cheap. And they can pay the price if it really improves their quality of life. So they can have longer sleep, for example, because of problems which are taken care of, CVEs, maybe less afraid of recent malware, recent ransomware, or whatever, either working or not working, depending on the site you are on. Maybe there are some which are in supply chain, software supply chain, and really have to care about infection. So software producibility is very important for them. They also may have may care a lot about trust boundaries and essentially maintenance of all whole stack. So this talk was influenced by some smaller project that we did, which was essentially documentation, which part of the document, so it was clarification of the verified boot process. We will do follow-ups on that, comparing x86 Android and iPhone boot process. But the previous project, which was sponsored by PowerUp Privacy, was creating a threat model persona and threat model, which was very tiny, small stuff. There was very simple documents. By the way, slides are on the cfp3mdep.com, so you can go there and look at it. We essentially did that for PowerUp Privacy, and doing that, I realized, okay, if I will connect all these pieces, I will probably have Qubes Air with some user-controlled root of trust and chain of trust technology. And that's what I want to talk here. So, of course, key management is a world-class issue, and I will not claim we'll solve anything of that. But everyone got this issue, like multiple keys, okay, should it go to HSM, what kind of tree I have here, I have this multiple releases, maybe for this product, for that product, and this is confusing at some point, is complex. Also, maintaining root of trust and chain of trust means more keys. So most of recent security issues are coming from key mismanagement. If you heard about Intel bootguard issues recently in various mass media or UEFI secure boot problems, those are not because of the design of those features. Those are because of mismanagement of the keys. Someone leaked something, someone, I don't know, used test keys, for example, for secure boot, and that was the issue. So that's one problem. So what we have today, we essentially have USB sticks, we have HSMs, maybe if we have enough money. Many orgs got this spread across employees, maybe on various laptops. Many organizations claiming that, okay, we have this developer workstation, that's the builds and that's the signing, and that's how we do the release, yeah? And of course, that's kind of a risk. Yeah, as I said, we will not solve all these issues, but I think Qubes Air architecture may have improved or may have some proposition to improve that. Another friction that we have is essentially reproducibility of the builds, especially if we are very paranoid about that, not about only reproducibility of the builds, but also about signing, doing that by multiple parties, signing those, publishing those to some log, in which we can then mutually agree that this is the valid hash of this software. There is something in Qubes Air that can help with that. I also huge proponent in 3MDev, for example, do not build core boot, Yocto, or whatever huge system on your machine, because you're essentially killing the disk. And essentially, I'm coming and I asking, what are you doing? And compiling, yeah, like XKCD comic where they just compiling, yeah. And of course, that wastes money of the organization. My laptop is unusable because I'm compiling. Yeah, so yeah, but that's not the only problem with local builds. Of course, with local builds, we have a problem with the customization of the tool chains, customization of the special scripts, base images. Of course, we're trying to solve that with containers, but then distribution of the containers, versioning of the containers, question about the reproducibility of those containers, another set of issues. Others do the virtual machines, just saving virtual machines, and then they trying to use that. So there is also a story that someone keeping in the basement very old machine, like a mainframe, because there is some software 50 years after just running, and from time to time we have to fix it. So that's also not a solution, yeah? Also, Qubes Air, I don't think it will solve all these problems, but may have in addressing some of those because of the ability to delegate in secure manner and policy controlled way the job to the server, to more dedicated ecosystem. Okay, and then, of course, this is very opinionated and calculate only in my world, maybe not in your. But if we connect keys and we connect building, then we have something that, like the Sharo release or some software release, some Zarhus release, which we have to deploy. And of course, we would like to do that in the environment where there is user-controlled root of trust provisioned and the chain of trust. So that means there are some tooling around that to glue the image together, glue the BIOS together, glue the operating system together. And to do that correctly, you probably need some silicon vendor key generation, maybe some stitching, maybe some signing tools. Maybe there is some OEM tool to that. And this can be quickly very, very confusing. There is a solution for that because hyperscalers already recognize this problem. So Google, AMD, many others invest in Calyptra. Why they do this? Because they claim the silicon vendors do not provide coherent, consistent environment for provisioning root of trust and configuring chain of trust. And they're solving that with big money. And I don't know if we ever get that, but essentially this is huge thing already addressed by the big players. And of course, they most likely commoditize, they complement, not only solve the problem, but solve the problem mostly for themselves. It would be probably very hard to use OpenTitan or Calyptra by our own. So we have to somehow deal with this. Okay, I guess I mostly told you about that. So this is related with UEFI Secure Boot. It is related with Intel Boot Guard. So essentially establishing stable root of trust on the machine. And delivering that for some organization which can leverage those keys for building correct images, deploy that in the infrastructure. There are two more cases which I have to mention, because if I will not mention it, it will be not noticed by the investors and anyone who's got money. So I have to talk about this situation when we have GPU server just processing some data, likely some very private one, and we have data leaks. So of course, like using some compartmentalization here could help in that if we have stateless GPUs. And of course, like there are more issues with that, but anyway, let's say Qubes Air can help us go in that direction. And the other thing is, of course, we have CRA, we have other NIS2 and more compliance because if LLMs will generate more random code, we will have more vulnerabilities. Then those guys will come to us and will say, how you generated that code? Please give me audit log for that. What hardware? What root of trust? What software? And then, of course, we will have to deliver that. And if our infrastructure is in this shape, then, of course, we will get garbage. So Qubes Air, essentially, right now, is because of the problem of with key management, problem with building on our tiny machines, and need for better compute, then maybe isolation of some workloads, then maybe compliance. Because maybe it would be easier with Qubes Air OS to get the log, what happened when, and who did that. OK, so this is Joanna initial publication in 2018. So Joanna writing is essentially one of the most influential in false crowd in the space of privacy and security. We know x86 considered harmful, stateless laptop. Maybe Qubes Air is not so well known. It was published in January 2018, and with the aim of generalizing Qubes OS architecture. So to make things clear, there are some things which are out of scope from my side. First thing is old hardware. I don't care about old hardware. Old hardware is very nice for museum. Of course, if someone can do stuff, museal high-value stuff, then yes, congratulations, use that. But it's very hard for keeping up the business going with museal artifacts. Yeah, so that's something that is out of scope for me right now. Other thing which I think Joanna took into consideration, and from my opinion, it's not something that I will consider. So Qubes Air in public cloud, or maybe it could be in some confidential computing, well-attested cloud. That's maybe fine for some limited use cases, but we will have to define that. And the third thing which I not consider is that either this site or this site is not owned by me, or not owned by my organization. So where I'm buying hardware from third party, and root of trust and chain of trust is owned by someone else. So this is also something that, in my consideration, is not good thing, and I don't plan to invest into that. OK, so according to Joanna, what were the initial reasons for Qubes Air? First of all, is that deployment costs. That essentially, at the point when she published, this was the same what Alisa said about my laptop does not get correct Qubes installation, yeah, or good Qubes installation. There are some problems in installing. There have to be someone who's supporting me in installation. And at the point when Joanna published that, of course, there were problems to find hardware that Qubes OS installed. From that point, we moved it on. We have Qubes OS certified laptops. We probably can deploy on like many devices which are reported in HCL. So that problem is little bit controlled and little bit, maybe, I'm not saying outdated, but at least controlled. But then we still have devices, and we have need for better compute, for hardcore compute, yeah, which those devices cannot handle. So there is still valid case for valid deployment case for Qubes Air as a delegation of the compute or dedicated compute to some other machine. And second consideration by Joanna was blaming the hypervisors and blaming the x86 architectures. She was more correct than we think. Now we know she was more correct than probably she know back then, because back then she know about Spectre and Meltdown, but didn't know yet about everything that came after. So yes, x86 is considered harmful, a lot of problems there, and Qubes Air was the way to avoid it. I think Zen is still valid good foundation for the Qubes Air, especially going the compliance, going into automotive. Thanks to that, it would be better and better. And maybe if we remove DOM 0, then it will be really great. And there are also other alternative supports which kind of try to solve the issue of the Spectre Meltdown and architectural problems, like memory tagging, control flow integrity, cherry, this kind of stuff. So to summarize the approach that Joanna proposed in this article, I think Qubes Air is about minimizing and controlling interface between components, and more isolated components with well-defined interfaces are better than unified bloated system. Yeah, so there are some still, if someone is long enough with Qubes OS, know that there are some dreams here, which are still after 7 years, like this one, GUI VM, like this one, I guess, to some extent, but you can already solve that in some way. But there is one dream which is already resolved recently, which is this one, like the remote QR exec, which coming in 4.3, and that's what I'm very excited about. And that's what I want to talk about. There are more things in this article, more vision and greater vision from Joanna that I will not dive in. There is one small thing that I want to mention. There are Qubes zones. So essentially, Qubes zones is another concept built on top of Qubes Air, which could bring a very interesting topic of distributed reproducibility as a proof of correctness. As well as those multiple signed reproduction proofs in situation when someone is really extremely paranoid about the supply chain attacks. So you can already see that there are multiple zones. There is some admin which can essentially, for example, here is Raspberry Pi. This can be some server. This can be some other devices. This could be ARM. This could be x86. And maybe even this small could be RISC-V. And then you compute on different stacks. And if you get the same results, that means there is some consensus. And that really means that it's very hard to compromise that in those three environments in parallel. OK, that slide is extremely packed. So, but I tried to give motivation for Qubes Air in 2025. And that motivation coming from the ecosystem, from various people that I'm working with, that visited Dasha user group, video conference. So that one is from really, really positively crazy people from Distrust, from Silicon Valley. They have this tool, this StageX tools, which is essentially you have a seed of 256 bytes, or something like that, where you start compilation and essentially compile everything, compile everything from that. So, and of course, these bytes are auditable. You can read that and you can verify what it is. And then everything is reproducible. Of course, their kind of goal is to do the reproduction on multiple zones. So there is then consensus about if this is correct or not. Then, of course, if it's not, then there is auditor who can verify. If this completes, then we can go to my story, to user control at root of trust and chain of trust. Because in this environment, of course, I have this problem of this various tooling, of this silicon vendor tooling, stitching, signing, and various NDA tooling, which maybe I can deploy in some places, but I cannot publish. But I could divide that problem into different cubes, which are triggered by some coordination, maybe some expert also triggering those events. And thanks to that, it also, some of those cubes get to kernel level of the keys in the key structure. And at some point, I have I have released. I will not go deep into that. If someone wants to talk with me about Zarhus provisioning box or VM, that's fine. Okay, evidence of that could go to even some compliance system. And the case that investors looking for is essentially also inspired by one of the guests of the Dashar user group, Artur Rasmussen. He's got project BSD3, mandatory access control LLM UI. And this is essentially idea of UI of inference, where you have controlled policy for who can access with what models and with what data the GPU. And of course, this release coming here to those components, and you see that there is some like a loop here and relation between stuff. Of course, we can have various security stuff here, and very likely this is our another cubes, and essentially all that have to be hosted somewhere, because otherwise it would not fit in one machine. And final thing is, at some point someone can have concerns about any of these components and may demand, okay, I want to check you. I want to know what's going on. So we can gather the trails, and various auditors could inspect that, how the system operates, and if there was anything compromised, or who's the blame, who is to blame in case of vulnerability. But that just, okay. Okay, I have so much more, but anyway. So state of Qubes Air on 2025. So of course this coming with 4.3, but let's go from down. So I'm really about this root of trust, chain of trust, provisioning, and user controlled stuff, because if you have this one, you can provision your laptop, provision your server, and use very trustworthy stack on those sites. What we're doing, so what Michał presented on the Qubes Air firmware hardware presentation is essentially this. So you know that we have one platform which is already there. So hardware is there, another is in the works. Dasharo is in the works for the AMD Gigabyte. We're planning also BMC stuff. Qubes OS for servers is discussed, and probably will be further discussion. How the QR exec will work on the server side is also something to be probably planned, or maybe even we have some ideas. Vertically integrated applications that I showed on the previous slide are not there yet. We're working on that. In case of laptops, you already have Nova Custom certified laptops, Nitro KeyGuard also certified laptops, so you can get some certified laptops. So this is like mostly done. And apps, of course, have to be imagined in this ecosystem. In case of this system for provisioning, I would like to also approach Qubes with that, but still this is rather planned than in progress. We already have hardware and Dasharo. We're planning virtual machine deployment of the system, and this is how it looks like. So this is also to point you that this coming in an R43RC, and I already tested this one. Okay, and I wanted to do the demo, but I would not have time. This would be not that easy, so I have to delegate that to Hackathon. But the demo was essentially this. I got some Bastion with SSH, and I essentially do the reverse tunnel, I guess here. So this is our Qubes R4.3 RC2. This was hard kernel Odroid H4, some small box. And this is our laptop with 4.2. And essentially the goal is to execute command here, which will do something here. In this case, we just wanted to do also two separate machines. And we want to have QR exec controlled policy here. So we did QVM copy to VM to the VM, which is here. The VM2 remote is essentially VM2 here. And we copy some text file, and essentially QR exec policy helps us that this has to go through the relay. Leverage the SSH layer for transport. There is another relay on the other side, on the laptop side, and then there is another policy which tells this have to land here, and then we have the file. Of course, this is just a copying file example. There can be many more. We can GPG split do like that, SSH split do like that, and way more like use my very confidential tool to do very confidential action and at the other side of the ocean. Yeah, this could be done. Of course, I have very bad pictures. I tried that. This works. You have to trust me. Pictures are terrible. So there are a couple. So essentially, maybe what is going on here quickly. So this one is. So this is the policy. This is configuration of the bastion. So this is my relay. This green one. This is one of the VMs from which I'm calling the QVM copy. This is just proof in the journal CTL that really something happened here. I guess slides have way better quality of the picture because this is even distracted by. And essentially, so I'm trying to QVM copy, and this is my Odroid one side of the equation. Yeah, and when I trigger it, then I have this pop-up asking me. Of course, I should put it in the VM, but I decided to put it also, to put the file maybe other way. I'm just remotely getting the information, okay, someone trying to execute something, and because remote relay just mentioning what you would like to do with this incoming file. And I just put the work, and the file landed in work, and you can see that this is the file that I sent it. Like, okay, maybe you cannot see because I should show it at the beginning, but trust me, this is the file I sent it on the other side. There is documentation. So yeah, so if you want to reproduce that, there is documentation from Qubes OS team. Congratulations to Marek and the team. Frederick, I guess, was a huge contributor to that. On Matrix thread, I described a little bit my story, and there is gist that I posted with reproduction procedure. What else? Conclusion. Hardware, firmware, and software are reasonably mature for development of vertically integrated applications with Qubes Air. For hardware vendors, it is time to think how to deliver certified hardware to meet those requirements to build the applications. For firmware, of course, we have to glue that together and help building the integration. Software developers can think about the vertically integrated application. And I have another big slide, but that's last one, I promise. So essentially, my point is like this. I would like to deliver this one to make releases which will do the certified devices. Not only the laptop, the thin client, but also the server, but also the device that will do all this signing, all this procedure. And what you can do with that, yeah? So we have community, we have different person. There is this one, yeah? Can be this one in community, that's fine, completely. You have to vote with your wallet, because that way you support the ecosystem and move the ecosystem forward. I understand this is expensive, more expensive than the regular one, but if you want those applications, you want trustworthy ecosystem, then there have to be price for that. Of course, if you don't have money, you can promote, that's less money. There are small medium enterprises which could be partner for the pilot programs of introducing that. If you want, just contact me. There could be hardware OEMs and ODMs which produce the hardware, and they could just think about building with open source from day one. That would be great. Or if you are in this organization, just tell your director, manager, founder, whoever to do that. There could be value-added resellers who sell the hardware with Qubes OS certification. That's always welcome. And also there can be investors, sponsors, or grant providers who have too much this one or this one or this one and would like to fund us. So we are very welcome. You are very welcome. If you want to see some kind of future which is described on these pictures, then please contact us. That's it. Do we have time for questions?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes for questions.
On the side of the remote VM, so you're working on getting Qubes on the server. How do you envision it at a larger scale when you need to basically have VM migration and stuff like that? Is it something that you plan to move to Qubes, or?
Yeah, I think we are not tied to Qubes on Qubes Air. It's not like I understand XCPNG is also a completely valid case. Maybe this is for some smaller deployments, maybe more home lab, small, medium enterprises. XCP-ng is, of course, by the way, Marek, in the documentation clearly, I don't know if you wrote the documentation, but in the documentation it is clearly stated that it doesn't have to be Qubes on the other side. There can be anything, to be honest. Yeah, anything that has the QRexec client VM.
You don't. Well, you need the some ability to receive the connection, whatever transport you use. Example, use SSH, so you need something that you can use connect with SSH.
And the other thing is, of course, there would be great on the server side. There is also some policy, policy control. So that's I don't think if there is anything like that in XCP-ng.
No, not yet.
Yeah.
But some things to discuss.
You don't need it strictly. Yeah, for the policy, on your slide you even included that if you use Qubes on both sides, you have 2 places to evaluate policy here. So there is a local policy and the remote policy. And depending on your use case and threat model, you can limit it only to the local policy and remove the remote one if you are fine with that.
Yeah, yeah. So essentially this side, it doesn't have to be Qubes.
It doesn't have to be Qubes. Yeah. So I have a question.
Sure.
So here we set up some local and remote Qubes system, and you need to manually kind of trust that you are connecting to the correct machine.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about using some remote attestation here to ensure nobody's
yeah, you're singing my song, so
yeah.
you know what I'm thinking about it. Of course, it would be great if this kind of connection will be established only based on the evidence that this site is genuine. And of course, in the application like this one, it is very important. It's extremely important because we don't want like any device to be able to trigger that. So we can imagine that if we're building Dasharo, only someone with Dasharo device, sign it with 3MDEP keys, so we are sure that this is a 3MDEP employee and so on can access certain level of keys here. So I completely agree, and of course if there will be trench boot, dynamic root of trust for measurement and attestation based on PCR 17 to 22, it would be even better. Or maybe we could connect SRTM and DRTM attestation. Yeah, and only if we attest, then of course it's allowed to make operation. And based on that, of course, we can do based on that we can do policy. Yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh.
On the later slides, yeah, that one. The QRexec policy that you are running on the server side, on the remote, yeah, that one. I guess it's a different instance of QRexec than the one that manages the host Qubes. Right?
Yes, but in the Joanna architecture, maybe even that one, you see that this could be essentially there could be admin VM which kind of deploys the same policy or adequate policy on and control that situation. Mm-hmm. So in theory, it could be like in XCP-ng, it could be like a admin VM and communicating with the client side to deploy adequate policies.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that would resolve like mass configuration problem. Yeah?
There is an issue on GitHub for like kind of nested QRexec policy for a case similar to this, for like having a management VM controlling part of the policy to like be able to create and fully manage some of the VMs.
Okay.
There's a long discussion. We have some ideas and no conclusion.
Complex problems.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Last one because there's.
So the idea with Qubes Air is or one of the ideas is to reduce, make the interfaces the thinnest possible. I'm wondering what are the thinnest interfaces that we have? Because, for example, you can do it via the network. Maybe you could also do it via USB. What would be the best one, assuming a situation where you want to have a secure device like a laptop.
I'm not sure if the because that's transport layer. That sounds to me like transport layer, not the interface. Interface seem to be protocol of QRexec. Like this is interface, and you only understand that. Not transport layer is different. I don't know, Marek, but
what are the transport layers being considered? I think right now it's just network.
Yeah, currently there's example just network and SSH because it's easy to set up. But yeah,
okay.
The mechanism is very flexible.
Okay. So you can write essentially the transport mechanism. You're writing the transport mechanism, because you're just scripting the how you would like to transfer this information. Okay, time out. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. My today presentation is about alternative options to signify Qube ownership of its applications. A brief introduction to myself. I'm Ali, and I've been a Qubes OS user since R3.2, contributing to Qubes OS since R4.2. I write a weekly newsletter on Qubes OS changes and updates, which you can find on forum. You can find me on Qubes OS forum and Matrix channels. So, what is the current situation from end user perspective? As you can see in this picture, we have 8 default labels with their associated colors. There are 6 icons per each label at the moment. The icons on the right are relatively new for Qubes Air usage. And for sure, once user clicks the app menu, individual cubes will have associated label icons based on their classes, and the application icons in the cube are tinted with the label color. Then user starts an application, and application window borders will be in label color. Similarly, the pop-ups, such as menus, will have a 2-pixel border, just like the pop-up on the right of the screenshot. Cube name will be present in a window title bar, and then window icons will be also tinted. The icons of the applications which are minimized to a status tray are also tinted, and but we have an option for alternative effects here. I will talk about this later. And just another example. This is from Qubes OS website with some suggestions on what color to use for each occasion. And it says most Qube users associate red with untrusted or dangerous, and then green is for safe and trusted, yellow and orange for in between, and then blue for more trusted, and black is the ultimately trusted color. However, color and associated meanings are entirely up to the user. So, what's wrong with what we currently have? First of all, if we want to make any improvements, there are technical difficulties. And this makes some of the issues not worth solving, at least for the time. VLAN migration makes many improvements hard or impossible. Custom labels are not affected. App icon tint effects is affected for sure. Window border effects are for sure affected. And then if you look at core team commits to X11 based GUI domain or GUI agent, they're usually bug fixes, not new improvements. So who are the affected users and how many are they? The first group and the most important one are the people with some form of color blindness condition. And that is 8% of human population, which should be roughly 4,600 of Qubes users. And we have confirmed cases on forum and GitHub. And even one user has offered me donations to develop a better solution for their issues. And I believe that they should not need to do this at first place. Here we have an example case of the most common form of color blindness in the left picture. And instead of showing you a bad software user interface for colorblind people, I've included 2 real-life photos. And as you can see, those traffic lights could result in accidents, injuries, or even deaths. So, what if we want to use color maps which are good for everyone, and including colorblind people? The problem is that the suggested color maps are very limited for everyone else. The second group is the users with too many cubes. It's a matter of inconvenience rather than a security issue. Their number is unknown. Maybe if we just look at alternative template download statistics, or maybe previous surveys might have some data. But for sure, we have received lots of feedback from them, and they're usually more vocal than the colorblind group. As you can see in the screenshot, by just having 10 applications open, the window titles are truncated and we do not have the cube name in the titles anymore. Okay, next group. We have users who see more colors or see colors differently. Humans have different eyes, brains, and we interpret colors differently from each other. Some of us just found more colors. Total number of this group is also unknown. I'm one of them. Okay, in the left, this is my personal choice of colors for some of my cubes, and I have, fire is red, and therefore this firewall is red. Debian red for Debian template VMs, Tor violet for Honix templates. My router modems and switches have green bright LEDs, so my sysnet label is lime green, and you get the idea. Technical problems in the way of improvements. Custom labels are almost okay. We already have basic API, core API to list, create, use, or remove custom labels. Some of them are missing from core admin client, but easy to add. We need a mechanism to back up and restore custom labels. We already have 2 basic bash tools to manage custom labels. I developed and maintained one of them. App icon, tint, and other effects. It's done in 2 places. One is written in C language for sister icons, part of GUI agent and daemon. And then we have a Python implementation for everything else. And there is issues with the C implementation. While it supports more effects than tint, many of those effects are broken. Okay, Windows decoration. Borders. Mostly using obsolete technology X11 or EWMH. Adding new feature will just make VLAN migration harder. Pop-up borders implementation in GUI daemon and GUI agent. It has a fixed speed of 2 pixels, not very much high DPI friendly. And then the X11 dashed, dotted, or similar line styles was a good idea 10 years ago, not anymore. So what are my personal goals? I think we could have better label creator at this point. It's the time. It does not conflict with VLAN migration. Okay, here is the GUI tool I have been working on for some time. It is real, it's not a mock-up. In the labels tab, it shows the labels, the number of cubes using that label, icons associated with that label, and some other information. The icons are not necessarily the cute sushi icons, the icons we are all familiar with. If user allocates one custom icon for a specific cube, it could make it highly distinguishable. Then in the next tab, we have a list of cubes with their labels. And then in this tab, a user is provided with some random cute sushi icons with random colors. User could select any of them and make a new label based on that color with the standard icons. And here, in this tab, a user is provided with some cubes themed icons. And user could use one icon for all classes or individual icons for each class. And Qubes supports this very well. Work on those tools is still in progress. The original CLI bash tool is being rewritten in Python. The PyGTK-based GUI tool needs some work, unit tests, packaging, etc. App icon custom effects. We could have custom effects for app icons. I have some here, which is very convenient in my personal opinion. The above screenshot is real, not a mock-up. I use it daily. For example, let's say the last one is for the untrusted cube, and you can see that it is inverted. It's easy to add more icons, effects to Python libraries, but status tray icons are not that easy. It would conflict with VLAN migration, so let's postpone it for the time. One other idea is to confine Windows to a specific VM, confine Windows of a specific VMs or to dedicated workspaces. Let's say, for example, we could have untrusted workspace in XFCE, and the windows and pop-ups of that cube always opens there. The problem is that the existing solutions depend on EWMH, and the third-party solutions for that already exist. So the entire idea is abandoned. For Windows, for the window and pop-up borders, it has to wait until VLAN migration is complete. We should wait for that much longer and see how it is implemented, and then decide what to do. I wonder if anyone has questions. I see Demi wants to ask a question, is asking for a link to Jitsi chat. If the question is for me, I see your question. You can just type them. And please remember, Marmarta session will start shortly. Thanks. Yeah, for sure. I have if I have screenshots for them in my GitHub repo, in the app menu, in the various places, and it's good in the domains widget, in the devices widgets. Okay. For example, my personal cube has the Rubik cube icon, and the cube that is drilled is for my cam cube, and then I have a specific one for the cat one. What else I use daily? For the games, I use one of those dice icons, and then and so on. Some of them are really good, and it can be if some are not. Let's say, for example, that cubicle with a monitor in the middle was my own personal sketch. By the way, many of these are from the available Creative Commons license icons. Some of them are my personal sketches, and they can be good in some situations, and some of them cannot.
Like, how many different, so like, how many different labels / colors are you using? I'm curious about it. Maybe, you know, not exactly, just an estimate is fine.
For the test, I've created a lot, but I usually use, let's say, 16, for example. But also please note that sometimes the label themselves have similar colors, but the icon is different, and I also combine it with the effects. As you can see here, I have a thin border and thick border, and those effects are anti-aliased and percentage. It's based on the percentage of the icon. The border effect that we currently have in the GUI daemon and GUI agent is fixed amount and is not high DPI friendly. But this one is percent based, and it will scale well with the huge high DPI icons. And the background fill is used frequently. As mentioned before, the inverted one is for untrusted cube. The top window in the bottom. And then I have others that are not included in this picture. The problems is that while this is very good, combining different labels with the icon effects give you lots of choices. But the problem is that the icon effects has to wait for the VLAN migration to finish.
Okay.
We could add them, but it will be in the way of the person who is doing the migration.
Okay, thank you.
You said you think something like a dotted border or other things are no longer a good idea. Why?
Okay, let me go to this picture. Where is it? Oh. Okay, this one. The window on the right, because the borders are implemented in various places. The window in the right is implemented only in GUI daemon and GUI agent, specifically GUI daemon. And X11 has a different line style, dash, dotted, etc. for that. If we could add them, it's easy. It's just 1 day or 2 day work. But however, we have to see that how the person that is doing the VLAN migration, what their vision would be. And also for the other ones, for the main ones, it is implemented in various places. It is done per desktop environment, one for XFCE, one for KDE Plasma, one for i3, etc. And it won't be consistent. It has to be done in many places. That's the reason.
Okay, thanks. And with a small note to add, I think what you didn't explicitly mention, for things like the menu, we currently also have the problem that with the same color, you simply cannot know which VM it belongs to, which is kind of a non-ideal situation.
Yeah, we could add Linus. We could have, that just like the red dash box that is in the slide, we could have that for the blue pop-up, and we can have a feature for that. I did it before, and then we can say for the untrusted cube, it should be always dotted border, and it works. It's easy. I'm not sure if it is the way to be implemented. I can submit a pull request for that, and then it can be reviewed.
Ali, we send it to you on chat on Jitsi. The question from Matrix Guest. Please answer this question.
Just one moment. Question. Would it make sense to work with VLAN protocols? I think the future can be ported. I think that the feature can be ported to VLAN. It's not up to me to decide. The person that is doing the VLAN migration, doing the design, I've seen some sketches from them, from Val specifically, and they had a specific vision. And I think that it is a question for Val to answer, not for me.
Thanks for the talk. You have some very interesting icons for the different cubes, the dice icons and the others, but the window decoration is actually a color. Would it be possible to add these icons in addition to the actual application icon, so that in the taskbar you would have a color designation for the actual.
Yeah, I understand you. You mean that a smaller icon superimposed on top of the application icon, something like that? You mean?
Yeah, perhaps besides it, but yes, superposed. Yeah.
Again. It is possible, but it is in the way of VLAN migration. It is doable. It is even here. It is possible. Let me show you here. We can superimpose the label icon on bottom right of the application icon. It is possible. Both for the top icons and for the window icons. It is possible. It's doable. Should we do this? We can. But it's not up to me to answer. Again, it's a question for Val.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
4 minutes for questions.
No more questions, Ali. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for it.
have to do something about it. And the project Chris and I are working on it is what to do with it, as in maybe there is a way to rethink the way Qubes Manager works, maybe there's a way to rethink the interaction model that we have, to have something that will be more flexible with other desktop environments, with Wayland, so it will not rely on a billion of tray icons. Give us something that can be actually discovered by people who are using Qubes. That would be nice. And maybe not be so complicated, spread up, no idea where to find an option. It's probably somewhere there. And Chris has a mock-up that we will show you. And if you can say some words about it, and then I'd like to open the floor for discussion. All right.
Thank you, Marta. Hi, everyone. I'm Chris. I'm a UX designer with Ura Design, and as Marta said, we've been collaborating on this beautiful looking, maybe not functioning yet, but new prototype for the Qubes Manager. As you can see, it's quite modern. It's very different to the old Qubes Manager. But the biggest thing that we were trying to do was to bring a lot of the functions that existed in the tray over to the Qubes Manager. So I think there were 3 functions: the device attachment, the clipboard, and disk usage, which I haven't actually implemented here yet, which were actually only available in the tray. So I've tried to bring as many things over to the Qubes Manager as possible without overloading everything. There's already a lot of information in the Qubes Manager, and I've tried to find a way to make it a little less overwhelming. So a bit of a tour here. I'm echoing. So one of the bigger changes is that I've put 2 different views in. So as you're changing like options for the cubes, basic, advanced, firewall rules, all of these things are now handled at the cubes level. And I'd also, I kept the old comparative view because I know
people love it.
People love it, yes. People love it.
The people have spoken.
Yes. One thing, we've got our filters here, all different types. And then this is very much in a prototype phase, but we've added notifications. I'm not sure it will look like this or feel like this, but the idea is that you'd want to have a historical view of the toast pop-ups. I always find that I miss them. I'm like, oh, shit. I have to do the function again to see what that was, and I find that quite annoying. So we've been working to implement notifications. Updates is here as well, which was in the old Qubes Manager, and we've been thinking about maybe putting updates and notifications together, but that's something that we need feedback on, like maybe that's not the right way to go. But I think that's...
You also have the clipboard here.
The clipboard here, yes.
Yeah.
Did I mention the devices already?
No, I think you have not.
No? Okay, so I put devices here as well. My idea in the thinking, like the mental model for this, is that you mount cubes and you mount devices. So having similar functionality for those might be a way to go. It also might not be. This is all very much a prototype at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that, yeah. So if you have any opinions, if you have thoughts on the current model, if you look at this and your initial opinion is something like, we'd like to hear that, the microphone is somewhere probably, or you can just talk, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, you can just please speak up loud if you are saying something. Okay, we can start from the front.
Just a very quick question.
Mike, okay.
Mike, please speak to the mic. Mike, where are you? One moment, please. I will open. Okay.
Testing, yeah. Just a very quick question. Do I understand correctly that Wayland is making it so we cannot have widgets, and so because
we cannot have widgets in the same form that they are right now, which is this like complicated menus. Wayland hates this. I mean, the actual answer is that we could do it, but we would probably have to do some like weird patching for every single, for every desktop environment differently. It's going to be quite unmaintainable.
Okay, because having the widgets are nice because you go directly to the function that you're seeking versus needing to open a separate window in order to implement some functionality.
The thing we can do, and what I was thinking we might do, like we can have a widget that calls up a window already doing something. So we could have a widget that calls up already the devices view or something like this. This is what we can do. Well, the one thing I cannot do is those like floating menus in the present level of their complexity, which are extremely complex, unfortunately.
Okay. Thank you.
Just for my first impression, I'm using the tray icons a lot, but the Qubes Manager basically don't. Not at all. So you might get the reverse reaction that people will miss the tray icons.
Obviously.
Obviously. Just a warning. I can't really judge how fast I would adapt or not. That's hard to tell from a quick demo. But yeah, it's very different to what I'm used to. And another quick feedback, please test with more VMs. Like,
yes.
If I see the list, that's way too short.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
this is, so this is a picture. Like, this is what I talked about in the morning. This is a mock-up, which is basically, okay, this is a fancy picture. Like, it has some interactions, but yeah, it's a picture. And yes, obviously, we will test, like, we have a test subject here who has like 100 VMs, and he's very good for testing those things.
Yeah, I mean, especially just from the spacing, like with the current tray icons, a lot more are fitting on one screen, which
Yeah. So I have two pieces of feedback here. So yeah, definitely for more VMs that would need at least some search sorting or more filters, something.
There is
to
search.
manage. Yeah.
Yes.
Because otherwise you couldn't find.
There's also, if you go to the devices view,
yep.
I put these sort of sub-filters, so you've got connected and available. It's possible to filter that way as well, so those could be drop-downs.
Or maybe create some groups of cubes.
Yeah, and the second thing is about the happy path.
Yep.
So I think the most common interaction I have with the current interface is attaching devices, either microphone and maybe camera for some calls to connect to a specific VM, or maybe some USB stick or some other device. So I use it a lot, and I don't know. I assume I'm not alone in this. So with this layout, it looks like it requires several more actions to actually attach device. So you need to find the device, switch to click to attach, then select which cube, and there was like three more clicks or something like that. So I think this needs to be somehow optimized.
I wonder if something, because the thing that we did with the Qubes menu is that, so the Qubes menu is not actually a menu, like in the programming sense. It's a window that reacts to hovering on things. Perhaps something in this direction, because there is a lot of clicking here, that is true. Of course, this means that it is actually usable with, it should be usable with keyboard, which is difficult when you want to pull up the window from the widget. But yes, you are right that it should be easy to do those things.
Yeah, and especially if you click somewhere in the right corner, then you have to select device in the left bottom, and then go.
Too much clicking.
Yes,
you're wanting to say.
Moving. Yeah, in this current layout. So that's feedback from my side.
Good. Complaining is good. Complaining is helpful. Please complain.
Shutdown is also very often.
Yes, shutdown also. Yes.
Yeah, I'm daily driving Qubes on laptop and desktop for more than 5 years. Using Manager, always like almost like starting and next thing I'm running manager. Couple of things that are weird for me. So for example, I'm not sure, I don't use global config at all. I don't see need for that. Like, if I need global, this is very rarely changed. So I don't think this is so important. Regarding updates, I really like the icon that I get the notification you have updates because I update very frequently and I doubt the placing it here is something which will give me a pain of, you have to update because if there is icon in tray, I really, every time, damn, this icon, I have to update, yeah? Then USB devices, very often connected, disconnected. Marek stuff, essentially the same use cases as Marek said. It has to be, I thought maybe a context menu for the VM and very quick, this is just newly attached device. I just selecting the VM and just like, I want this in this VM. That would be great. Same with camera, same with microphone. Like microphone switching is daily thing. Same with camera. USB attaching is daily thing. Multiple USBs many times. I doubt it can be on the separate. Searching is searching should be like a top feature. And current searching in Cube Manager is, in my opinion, not bad. And what I typically do in Cube Manager is restarting the VM, changing the network interface, so changing the network for VM, and that's probably top most actions.
Do you use right-click on a VM in the manager to change?
Yes, that's how I'm using it. Yeah.
Okay. One thing that not many people realize, apparently,
something discoverability. Yes.
Yes. In Qubes Manager, since some point,
some years,
not that many years, but you can select multiple cubes and do the same action, like select multiple cubes and change NetVM for all of them at once, or template, which is very convenient, for example, when migrating to a new template version. So you sort by the template, then select all the cubes of the old template, and then select the new version. Yeah.
Can I ask a follow-up question about search? Are you usually searching within just the cubes themselves, or like the cubes, the different systems and everything, or is it like a global search?
As in searching for, I guess you're searching for a certain cube, right? Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the current search in Qubes Manager, I think, works, although it also has those filters, and the filters...
Oh, they're cursed.
They're cursed, yes.
Yeah. I'm not using filters,
for obvious reason, because they are very difficult.
This, I will have some pain in transitioning.
Oh, of course, yes.
Because
that's
in terms of search point, it's like in current design, it's like
very exposed.
There is this bar where are the functions that I don't need, and then the next thing is for search.
So I mean, I've been using Qubes for a little while now, and what I've realized is that when people go into Qubes, they either go the Qubes Manager way, like the previous application that looked like this, or they go the no manager at all situation. So what I'm understanding right now is that we'll have to go the Qube Manager way for everyone, because Wayland doesn't like floating things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, another thing that I'm thinking about is also to extend the menu with some of those functions, but hopefully in a way that would be like, if we make it well for the Qube Manager, I would like to have some things just like duplicated in the menu so you can pick what thing you want to use.
That's where I wanted to lead, because this looks very much like the menu. And it's probably a terrible UX idea to make a thing expand into another thing, and the menu already exists. But I wonder, so Wayland doesn't like floating things, but we'll have already a floating thing, which may not be a floating thing.
It's just a window, like we are going to adapt to the way it's being positioned.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just, I mean, what Wayland doesn't like is, to be precise, the complicated menus, like the menus for tray icons that are anything more than just like a list of stuff, basically.
So notification for the update is fine?
Yeah, notification, like icon for the update, yes, is fine. Making it pop up the updater, great. having the sort of like, for example, the way we have now devices menu that have icons and cube icons. This is
maybe
hard.
notification for connected device will just open decision-making process, like not the menu, but maybe land here, and you can do something with that.
So yeah, would it be a valid idea, or like would it be worth exploring adding some of these features to the menu, and when it becomes more complex, or like there being a way to expand the menu to view the whole kind of like action possibilities?
Maybe.
Because I'd like to be able to have a place where I can just like go there and do things quickly. Because for example, for attaching device, you just go there and you like attach, and then it's done. So having to open and always having running, like even if it's a beautiful application, it takes a lot of space from the screen, and I'd like not to always have to keep coming back to this thing to do like the various actions. Yeah, so those are just my thoughts.
Thank you. That's very interesting.
I have got a short one. In the updates,
Go to the queue.
Just a little comment about the filtering section. With other software, when I use filtering, I usually forget after a few seconds that I actually have filtered view. Can there be something done about it, like a background color or an icon? You are using a filtered view. That would be just
absolutely.
a little.
That's a very
idea.
good point. Yes, yes, I also do that, and then I'm surprised where my stuff went. Yes.
Yeah. So if the Pilow's idea of putting the menu doesn't work, like at least would resizing this window till the very top of only appearing clipboard global config be usable. So like I could act as if it was a tray, like just a bit tiny on my screen if the menu doesn't work, which I also think is a good idea. But it's one way I would use the manager without managing cubes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you got what I mean.
Yeah, to have it like have a view that's very simple for just the simple actions, or maybe you can switch it to the big view if you want big view.
Yes, the compact view version. Yeah.
So, for the USB devices, could you show the menu?
Yep. Click and the device.
I don't see very well, but I have this issue that I use security keys, a bunch of them, and there's no way for me to differentiate these two. Because
so this is a big, this is a general problem.
Is there a possibility to show like the serial number or something that allows me to differentiate?
Yes. Yes, so this would allow for this. And this is actually like, so let me just give you a very small story of USB devices. They all suck. The problem with USB devices is that they can tell you what they are. And some devices have sensible filled out metadata, and some don't. It's very easy, for example, to buy a bunch of USB sticks that have exactly same everything, including serial number, because serial number is just a number. So yes, I think we could expose it, and actually, I guess this is something that would be quite useful to have like this more detailed view. Yeah.
If it's there, then.
If it's there, yes, exactly. If it's there, but of course you never know if it's not a complete lie or a complete stupid thing. But this is also on you just knowing, being able to differentiate those things for you when you know physically what those devices are.
My devices have different IDs, so if it's
okay,
there,
so that's nice.
Fine, yeah.
Good devices.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think torturing the USB attaching topic is the way to go. For me, annoying is like when I connect USB device with infinite amount of partitions.
So you will like my talk on the new things in Qubes 4.3 about it tomorrow.
Okay,
sometime.
that's one thing. So I will not. I understand your suggestion. Do not continue this topic.
No, I'm just saying that one of the things that we did is hide some option to hide partitions of a given.
Okay,
device.
that's great. The other thing is that then I have problem identifying where is my. Because sometimes I want to connect partition and sometimes I want to connect device. So where is my device? Of course, the nice thing is about the new label. That's kind of simplify things, but still sometimes I have to go down, scroll, and find the correct one. Yeah? And if it is not really new, then I have huge problem.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the problem here is also that like every USB stick or like external drive that you put in is actually 3 levels of devices. So there is the USB device, there is the block device, and there are the partitions, which is terrible.
Yeah, but I think you can present it this way. So you can like, normally it's folded and then unfold to see the partitions or something.
Maybe, yeah.
So regarding updates, I've seen something interesting in this menu. There is one in progress here.
Oh,
So
yes. Oh, I like
that's interesting idea to not. Is it instead of having separate window for updates to just run them in the background?
I think the separate window is also useful if you want to check out all the output logs.
Okay.
So it is valuable to have it.
Yeah.
Because, you know, some people do read those output logs.
Yes.
I respect those people.
Some people.
But it's very useful to be able to check them if something goes wrong, for example. Or if something goes suspiciously right. Like, for example, the update is very fast and you're like, this is impossible.
Yeah, so that looks very interesting. And regarding the like attaching USB, so this is on the whole screen. So you select device on the left, and you need to go to the very right to click attach. So that's another like long travel.
Especially if you have a very big screen.
Yeah, so it's very convenient for a touch screen, but we don't support those really.
And maybe shortcuts for keyboard users?
No?
Oh yeah, also this is a good idea to have more actually working shortcuts, because currently there are not very many shortcuts that work anywhere in the Qubes manager or the widgets.
Yeah. And not directly related, well, kind of related to the interface, but also to the backend. For some devices, we have some kind of special way to connect them. So for input devices, we have this input proxy. For camera, we have Qubes Video Companion, etc. That would be nice to have this option here.
I think this is something that should happen on the backend side.
Yes, that's also true.
This is the thing that should happen. Like if Qubes has special handling for attaching a certain device, I should still be able to call the device.attach method and have this special thing happen.
Yes, you are correct.
I know, it's a curse.
Yeah, thanks.
Hello, my question is not related to the Qubes Manager, but what my idea of, for example, I have a web browser and Jitsi running in it, and I want to attach the camera. Would it be possible to right-click on the border of the window and then to select the camera?
I have no idea. That's a very good question.
That's a very good question. I think the answer is yes. I hope so.
Is the next word Wayland?
Yes. Yes. With the current GUI integration, probably no. We don't control those. Well, we kind of control those window decorations, but it's up to the desktop environment to draw them, and especially the menu and etc. But I think with the Wayland, it's the more of our code that is controlling the borders, and we can hopefully have some custom menu with some extractions. Do we have any Wayland expert here? Somewhere in the back?
No.
No?
I think our Wayland expert is literally on the other side of the world.
Yeah, and it's, well, not the middle of the night anymore, so. Yes, so, yeah, but I hope the answer is yes.
That would actually be a very convenient thing.
Yeah.
This is also something that I've been thinking about a little bit, but then Wayland got into my head and I thought like, okay, I won't suggest it because Wayland, but if it is possible, I don't know if it's, I mean, it's not as related to Qubes Manager, but some of the GTK stuff about making large header bars, which could be useful for like not mixing up cubes. I think like one of the things that we experience with Qubes is like, we don't remember that the webcam is attached, and maybe visually displaying that in the header bar could help you like remember that yes, it is attached there, and then.
Or do the thing that I mean just spitballing, but like I've seen that on some other systems that when you are recording, when you are using, you get a tray icon that shows just a red microphone or red camera.
For microphone in 4.3.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, but not for camera.
Yeah.
Well,
But we should.
Unless Video Companion. Video Companion has own icon.
Okay.
Great.
Since it wasn't mentioned so far, I'm a huge fan of the notification logs. Really appreciate it. The other stuff is when I boot my device, I also start boot Qubes Manager as one of the first applications. And I don't use the search for devices bar, but instead I use the comparison view with my specific filters and sorts. So it appeared to me there are no sort arrows in the comparison view here.
Oh, I
Are
guess
they
this is
planned?
something that should we
Yeah,
we
that's
should definitely
just
do.
a lack of thought,
Thank you.
really.
Yeah, yeah, but obviously, yes, sorting would happen. Sorting is important. As we've said, this is a picture, and sometimes you forget to draw the small arrow, but you are very correct.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I entirely got it. What's going to stay, like with the tray icon floating stuff and whatnot? I got it, like the device stuff is too complex, but the other thing that shows like the running cubes with RAM and CPU, is that going to stay?
That's also too complex from what I understand.
Okay.
I don't know, yeah. But
Yeah,
maybe
the problem is like what we can use is dbus menu, which is very limited at what it can do, and the complexity of having actual columns with stuff is too complex for the dbus menu.
Yeah, I think what is supported is a menu with text and maybe an icon.
Yes,
One.
text, one icon, and the text should not be, and don't make it too long,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
then it will cut
And
off.
you can have submenus, but it doesn't help in this case.
Yes.
Okay, then under these circumstances, actually looking at this,
You can use Unicode to draw.
No. No.
No, but then under these circumstances, like what I often like see myself doing is like I just want to have a look at the cubes and see like who's using all the RAM, who's using all the CPU power, whom do I have to kill, and also wanting to do that from there. And here it looks like I first have to like select a filter from the drop down and all that. Can we maybe have like a button on the other side or something that just gives in the shows the running cubes, and also make it openable via a shortcut or like from somewhere else, separated from that one, which potentially like shows all the cubes, just something that just shows like what is running because somebody has to die.
Yes, yes. This is a common situation most Qubes users find themselves in. Who to kill?
At this point, I want to add. I implemented a special menu for super key and B on my side to open a specific cube menu. And one point is that the cube settings is directly attached, so I can switch directly to this. Is this possible with this new implementation?
If we make it.
So the idea is to use one super key to directly jump to the cube's specific configuration or something like this.
I see. Yeah.
This is the idea. So you always have in running in the context of one cube some special. You want to know the RAM disk usage. You want to switch the sys network or something like this, and one super key, and directly jump into the cube manager or in the cube settings for this specific running cube.
So this is similar to have this menu on the title bar of the to have some VM specific actions, right?
I'm not sure. I always have to go over the menu to go cube settings and then.
Yeah, but if you add this action to the menu of the application window, that probably would solve the problem for you, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's also
It's
like
similar.
a big point of adding more keyboard shortcuts generally, because there are not very many of those.
But also,
We need a marketing campaign about those.
We need some way.
A help screen, like
Yes.
a help
Also,
screen
yeah,
that shows you what are the keyboard. Yes.
In
We need more help
In my use case, it is I'm open and I'm not the way I'm not the guy who use different cubes for different security stuff. I separate for project stuff.
Yeah.
And so I'm able to start a browser or something like this over this super key. And yeah. Okay.
That's very interesting. Thank you.
I was thinking now, like when I was thinking about how to teach people about cubes, one of the conclusions that I got to is that it may be helpful to distinguish the regular cubes usage from the cubes management. So cubes usage is starting cubes, particular applications, shutting them down, and attaching devices and whatnot. And cubes management is more like creating new cubes. It's about like changing particular settings. Basically, the stuff that, like, if we were to think of cubes as a system where there's like a regular user and a system administrator that helps with like IT stuff, this would be what they would help with, and the other one would be just what they're taught to use. And I'm wondering if this distinction could be helpful, where we basically make the simpler actions the easiest to find and the advanced actions into a separate thing. And my idea to follow up with this, so in my brain, the menu is the daily usage sort of thing that we have. And we could have another thing maybe on the right-hand side that would show like the larger thing. I don't know if we can do that on Qubes, but like the menu pops up from the left, and from the right we have the more management. Anyways, separate ideas, but could be worth exploring this kind of like separation of kind of like use cases.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
My remark is maybe more about the update part. You were mentioning those French people that look at the output of the update. So I'm not 100% sure it's within scope. I would not go to see that output if we had a summary. There is indeed a summary that's made inside of packages that were updated or new installed, etc. But that's the information that most users will be after when opening that, if not, if there was no problem and there's a need for debugging. So maybe there need to be one more level at this point of details.
Yeah, currently the update output is just a bunch of text, and like the user can handle it. I think that's our general attitude. Yeah, so you're saying that it would be useful to have it in some way parsed.
Apparently, there's already something that parses it to give some consistent output, whether it's a Debian-based or RPM-based distribution. There is that same summary at some point. Maybe at a different level, it would be more useful, more visible, something like that. But then, whether it's useful or not also depends, because on a Debian base, you can see the security updates. On the Fedora, you have some unusable list anyway. So.
Yes.
Yeah, so this data exists, and currently it's used just to format the final part of this text. But.
So I haven't followed Wayland development. I keep hearing that is a restriction of Wayland, and the other thing is a restriction of Wayland, and we have to work around that and find new ways. Wouldn't it be easier to fix Wayland?
No. Okay, so
they are doing it on purpose.
Let me give you the background. So there are many restrictions on Wayland because Wayland comes as a successor to X11. And X11, which I personally like, is not so liked by its developers. It's a nightmare to work with. And when people moved over from X11 to work on Wayland, I think the biggest driver was, can we make something that does not induce PTSD in people who work on it? Okay, I'm slightly over-exaggerating, but there were many cases of burnout in the community. And the problem is that the people who started first developing the directions Wayland works in, are very opinionated about what we should do with our computers. And they have the general idea that Wayland should do less stuff and more things should be done by the desktop environments themselves. I think the magical word is compositor, or something like that. And the problem is that we want Qubes to be flexible and work with different desktop environments, because if we pick just one and say, okay, it no longer works with i3 or KDE or XFCE, I'm pretty sure that we would find some people with pitchforks outside, so not great. But also, we do want to have a flexible system. So yes, we are trying to work with it to extend it as much as possible, but there are some limitations that just come from the whole idea of, okay, X11 was able to do everything, and it became a buggy mess. So now we're doing Wayland that cannot do everything, and is going to be more maintainable.
Yeah, and one of the main limitations, limitation affecting several stuff, is the concept that in Wayland, it's the compositor in charge of where windows are placed, and this is fine. But that the design for the protocol did not include the information to tell the application where it's actually on the screen. So application in Wayland doesn't know where is it on the screen. So you cannot do some floating and doesn't have control where it's on the screen. So you cannot do some, let's have something that is floating in the right top corner near the place that user clicked or something.
Spawn the program where the user clicked.
Yeah, that's not possible by design. There is development on some of the protocol to kind of work around it, but it's like also limited, because not giving application this information or control of that makes the compositor and window management much easier. That's true. But also is a problem for several applications.
Yes, and there's also a political problem of that the main group of people that had the most say in development of Wayland in its early years were people involved in GNOME. And GNOME has its own opinions on how you should do things. And that's, for example, why Wayland doesn't really support tray icons as first-class citizens, because GNOME decided that you don't need tray icons. I have a lot of opinions on that are negative. Yes.
Combining the web camera example with super keys and maybe the Qubes Manager information, maybe I just hit a key and then the content of at least the windows in focus, maybe also other windows, the content changes to just a view of with showing the CPU usage, the memory usage, the devices I can click. I can click on and then say, oh yeah, attach please, or deattach. Yeah, and then
like a magic shortcut.
Like a magic shortcut, and when I release the shortcut, then the normal content reappears. Yes.
That's an interesting concept.
Yeah. So it's like looking around the other side of the machine. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, I want to switch something, and then I go back to the content I wanted to see. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
About the idea that was said before to basically have like the menu and the Qube Manager as separate places for basically the administration stuff and the day-to-day stuff. I know that this menu exists from like screenshots and all that, but as an i3 user, I haven't had much interaction with it personally, and I don't even know if I could like run it on the
yes,
i3.
You can.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, you can. There are even. I think this is also like a problem because i3 is not officially supported, so there is not enough documentation. But the menu is also designed to be able to, like i3 normally has problems, from what I understand, with random windows appearing and disappearing, but that's why the menu has an option to just run it as a window that just you can do whatever you want with it.
It stays open. Yeah.
It stays. Yes, yeah. Yes. I think Marek, you should write up the way you're using it.
I actually don't use this mode. I connected menu to one of the key combination. You have a command you can start, and I'm just careful to not move the mouse outside of the menu, but then because then it closes. But if I move only around the menu, it works.
Okay, which is, I mean, until now I don't need it because we still have the
Yeah,
try
because you
icon
can-
thing,
yes.
and you have the D menu just for the future. It's like
Yeah, but
don't
it's-
forget us. you
Yes,
know?
yes, of course. I will not forget you. Don't worry. Like in the list of places that I want those things to work, i3 is one of them. Or like in general, the tiling window managers. So in the future, probably Sway, from what I understand, like the successor to i3 on Wayland.
One small thing, I noticed in the notification section, you have these lovely links to logs. And I was wondering, could that exist already in the current notification regime? So that when something crashes and it's like, you get the little toast that only lasts 10 seconds, that's like, please go find the log at then this long thing, and you're like, where? And then it disappears. Having a link would be awesome to just click on.
That's excellent idea.
That's an excellent point, yes.
We have this logs viewer in the manager already.
Yeah.
So yeah, just connect those two.
Just. I love this word. It does so much work. Right. If anybody has any other ideas or wish lists, things that come to your mind, please don't hesitate to tell us.
Yeah, so I think I'm going just to repeat. I very like the idea of separating the mode for normal usage and for configuration. So you have two modes for convenient action for day-to-day use and separate thing for configuring, like creating VMs, templates, whatever. Yeah. So I think
Changing
yeah,
options.
yeah, I think that's
Okay.
a great idea. One thing I do from time to time, and it's kind of inconvenient right now, is switching NetVM. Especially with VPN, so sometimes to connect some cube to a VPN, one or another or something. Currently, it requires several clicks, and I have a script for that because I don't like clicking. But that also may be useful. I mentioned that only because I've heard some other people do that also. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, with the ease of having multiple VPNs and connections and cubes, this is something that feels very, very relevant. Yeah.
All right, so given that we have on the top left corner all these classic menus, would it be possible to move them somewhere so they are more touchscreen friendly, despite not officially supporting touchscreens?
so you do use touchscreen?
I use touchscreen as well.
Oh.
On a tablet.
Oh, so you exist.
Thank you for being the unicorn in the room.
I
So
even put out
touchscreen
an
works?
HCL.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I think also I guess that leveraging the way that probably Qt can allow you to just move the taskbars around would probably just be a good thing because yeah. So let me get this right. You're saying that when you're using touchscreen, you don't want things in the middle of the screen. You want them to be more to the side, or
more spacing between
more spacing between them.
Yeah.
Preferably some big shiny buttons rather than the small ones we can see in the top left corner.
Ah, okay, I see. Oh yeah, top left. Oh, those.
Oh, yes, okay.
Yes. Yes.
So instead of the classic menus, just make them clickable buttons that they can be used
okay.
With fingers touching the touchscreen.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That's a very valuable point.
Yeah, I'm seeing here as a kind of pattern, very opinionated ways of interacting with what the Qubes manager is kind of solving. And in the beginning, I was thinking Qubes manager, okay, just the standalone application. But no, if you look at the repository, it's all the managing things and the trays and everything. So it's in that concept. So I'm wondering if there should be, I don't know what design phase you're in, but if there should be some
drawing things.
Drawing things. Okay, great. So if there should be an analysis on interaction models especially with novice users and expert users, because so we want to have both the discoverability, but also kind of like doing things really fast.
Yes.
And how do we get to that? I think part of like separating the simple things from like the management things could be part of it, but I'm wondering if there should be like some exploration in terms of like how do we satisfy all of those constraints, because it's a very complex problem, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean we have written up a bunch of like the constraints and tasks exactly like what you're talking about, and yes, this is an extremely complex problem. This is one of the reasons why we are here, to hear feedback from the group of people who are like, but I want to do things fast, generally, because I'm pretty sure that like the average point on the scale of like from discoverability to want to do things fast here is very close to the do things fast point of scale.
I have some comments and questions from Matrix. So you can have complex widgets in Wayland, but they need to be desktop environment specific.
Yes, which is something that we do not want to do because there is a bunch of desktop environments.
Yes. There was also a question whether the next Qubes Manager will be a web application.
No, no, it will not be a web application.
Okay.
It was mentioned when talking about using the menus to decide what to close or something. Currently, the domains menu works also as a kind of system monitor, which currently in this sketch is missing.
Right.
Like how much RAM it's used, how much CPU for the running VMs. That.
Yeah, I see.
Just to highlight that.
That this is something that we need to put here.
Zero complaining.
Why?
Icons, colors are very good, and I really like it. So, and in 4.3 is even better. So it's definitely eye-catching, and so thank you very much for that. Continue that good trend.
Thank you.
Well, I actually want to say kind of the same thing because I really like the new design of the Qube Manager. I'm not really aware of whether Wayland is already integrated in the next Qube version.
No. It's kind of like some attempts are being made at making it start to work, but this is like 4.4 at least in the future. But like it will come. It has to come.
Yeah, well, because we have an issue open since 2016 about screen scaling, of course.
The amount of issues which are like, there is some weird problem with X11 things and nobody really knows how to fix it, but hopefully Wayland will fix it. There is a non-zero amount of issues. And I think that this is I think an example of why we are moving also to Wayland.
Yeah.
Because X11 is just so damn hard to work with when you get problems. Nobody really knows how it works.
Yeah, so we have one component that is working on Wayland. It's the initial setup thing. And that's the only thing that automatically reacts to high DPI settings. I have a slide for that tomorrow.
And it looks great, I think.
Yes.
So definitely we have to, in my opinion, also such a vital application such as Qubes Manager to get it compatible with Wayland in general for me personally, just to solve this screen scaling issue.
I completely agree that like screen scaling is a huge problem, and this is something that Wayland does really well. Like, this is a thing that will come, thankfully, hopefully.
One other question that I had is, will you be mocking up a dark mode? And is dark mode something that is considered more generally for all Qubes, menus and stuff?
Yes, I mean, I don't know about mocking, but yes, I definitely want everything to work with dark mode. I am working on actually making it like on the programmatic. So a thing that I'm working on for the existing, every place that we have icons is like a working switch between light and dark mode icons. Yes, I would like things to work better in dark mode.
Amazing.
Yeah, this is a thing that I do have in mind, and this is one of the reasons why it's so annoying that the Qubes widgets are written in like GTK and Qt in different ways, because it means that you have to implement light and dark mode switches at least in 2 places, and actually in more, because everything's terrible.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually, I was going to ask about the same thing, because actually I remember like about a year ago you fixed for me under i3 that the Qubes Manager actually uses dark mode, but there will not always be somebody there to help, and sometimes I'm too stupid to configure stuff. So what would also be nice, hide it in some menu away somewhere, but maybe to just like override the system theme and just put things to dark mode when the user is just too stupid to figure out where the hell that application reads the settings from.
I would really like to have a button that says dark mode for the entire system, yes. Because right now it's a nightmare if you want to do it in VMs, and yes, I agree. I agree that it sounds like a nightmare to configure, because you know, there is no dark mode in Linux. There is just a bunch of settings you can change in different graphical frameworks.
But I wonder, I mean, I don't have any idea about GUI development, but what would have helped me already in that situation would be just like in the settings of the Qube Manager to just say like, tell this specific app to ignore everything the system tells it and just go dark.
Yeah, so the thing I can do is I can try to do, and I do want to have it some level for like the system applications, but it's very difficult to do that for random other applications. Because, you know, there is, when I'm saying there is no dark mode in Linux, I mean it. There is no system-wide dark mode. There is just settings for different frameworks that you may be using. And a lot of programs are just guessing if dark mode is on by asking the system for default color for background and text and checking which one is darker. Which is also what I use, because it turns out that this is the way you test for dark mode in GTK. You just pray and that it works.
There is dark mode in Linux, just switch to a TTY.
Yes. Oh yeah, so we have 5 minutes left, so any last comments, opinions, criticisms, complaints? Yes.
Would this mean that, for instance, the template switcher thing would no longer, like all of these things that are just floating would go bye-bye? Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah.
In that template switcher is separate application. So
yes, template switcher is a separate application.
But for instance, you were talking about how you use the Qubes Manager to do template switching, and do we need a separate application? Yeah, versus just having some functionality that makes that use case clear within the manager.
Yes, definitely. Also, I think we just need to fix how upgrading templates works, but this is another problem and a completely different can of worms.
The template upgrader tool, it exists somewhere.
Okay, that's a different topic. All right, so thank you, and you also know where to find me on the internet if you want to complain some more about it. So yes, I take emails and matrix messages about Qube Manager. I will read them and I will take them into account. I may end up ignoring them. I do admit that this might happen. But it's always interesting and valuable to read your feedback. And even if sometimes the answer is, okay, this is a very complex situation this one person has. I met once a person who had like 2,500 different command line scripts to manage Qubes for everything, which I respect, but I will not probably adapt all the interface for this particular use case.
We have some of those people here.
We have some of those people here, and I respect it, but I will not adapt everything to 2,500 command line scripts, not adding shortcuts to all of them in Qubes Manager. Thank you.
Thank you.
5 seconds. 5 seconds. Please.
Yes. So, hi everybody. Last presentation of the day. I understand people are tired and they want to go to the party. So I'm trying to do something light here for you. So, welcome to René's Tales of Cyber Horror. I mean, it's getting autumn right now, and the things are getting darker and more rainy. So I thought, whoa, this could be a little bit of fun. Unfortunately, it's also very real. Now, since it's the last presentation, I want to get people active a little bit. So let's start with a quiz. Anybody who knows who this is? Are you?
Hopefully I'm right. Is it Justin Sun?
No. You're close. Yeah, you heard me earlier, so you know what this is going to be about. I'm sure everybody here has had a bad day, and sometimes you have done something, and then you're thinking like, perhaps shouldn't have done that. Whatever that happened to you this year, I'm pretty sure that this guy had a much, much worse event like that. This guy is and I'm going to butcher this, his name is Ben Chu. He's a Chinese national who moved to New Zealand. And 2018, he started a crypto exchange called Bybit. On the 29th of February, he did a routine transfer of funds from his Ether wallet. He checked the HTTP address of his trusted wallet provider, and then he signed the transaction. Now, as being the CEO of the company, he is the last one to actually move the assets. And a few milliseconds later, the transaction was published to the Ether blockchain, and that's how the Lazarus group from North Korea got hold of about $1.5 billion worth of Ether at the time. Today, it's considerably more. Something to think about. Now, why is this relevant for us? Because about a month earlier, an enthusiastic open source developer got a message. Okay, can you please help me with this web page? And sure, being a developer, he tried to help other developers. And sitting there on his spoofy little Mac, he got a Docker container sent to him. Now, it was a trading web page, yeah, blah, 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 blah. But he didn't realize that there was a Trojan horse inside that Docker container. As you know, some Docker containers are executed as root. And that led to a very, very sophisticated group of hackers first gaining access to his computer. And from there, they actually also gain access to the access tokens that his cloud service provider was giving him. And through there, they managed to get access to the server that deployed the wallet that you here later signed the script from. And that's $1.5 billion gone. Well, not gone, but it's transferred somewhere else. Now, I have to say something good about this gentleman. Once he did that thing, he actually did the right thing. He went on a live stream and said, okay, this has happened, and we're trying to handle this. And they paid up. They didn't go bankrupt, they didn't hide, they didn't lie. Woohoo. But this could have been prevented if cybersecurity would have been kept at a higher pace at his supplier. And there are a few things you should understand in this situation. He was using a ledger that was costing about $100. That's one of those small devices for handling keys, right? He was paying exactly zero to the wallet provider. Could be something to think about because, well, now he's paying $1.5 billion, right? But it's perhaps not in the way which he was hoping. And this is usually when I come in. Some major disaster has happened. What the fuck happened here? How can we learn from this? So this is me, René Malmgren, cybersecurity researcher, forensics analyst, and yeah, blockchain enthusiast. I used to work for Ericsson a few years, and that's how I came in contact with Qubes, and that's also why I'm thinking that this would be an interesting chat for you guys to think about. Because if you're talking about the small things about the menus, this is the big things out there in the world where people are getting hacked and where what you are providing is like so necessary. And also think about what you guys could do if you had 1% of those 1.5 billion that actually got lost. Did my story scare you? Yeah? At least one person here was scared. Oh. Exactly. Well, here's the bad news. That kind of attack, when I do an analysis on it, it's a mid-level attack. This is the scary part. This is what Ericsson's customers were subject to. This is called a tailored access operation. In this case, named Operation Socialist. I guess somebody will find it funny here. The target here in this case was a national carrier, in this case Belgacom. Obviously, we all know Belgium has terrorist problems, right? So I'm sure they were trying to survey people in Molenbeek. I'm sure they weren't interested in the mobile phones communications of other people in that city, they say close to European Parliament. But the important thing, which you can see there, is exactly how this attack was executed. First stage is a standard phishing attack, right? Well, in this case, it's not standard. You wouldn't even come close to surviving it because they basically intercepted the traffic as it was going on LinkedIn. But the second part is a scary one. Because the second they breach the first wall, they immediately deploy a rootkit and then they're admin at the computer. Bam, boom. And it's like less than 20 seconds. And that's the state of mind for most people out there. Rootkits in the advanced version of the world out there are standard procedure. So phishing attack followed by rootkit. So if you're running a Windows or you have your cool Apple computer, I understand nobody here has a cool Apple computer because Qubes doesn't run on Macs, right? But in the regular present room, there would be a large part of people who will be looking away now. You're basically dead. If you're writing any form of software for any form of society-critical infrastructure, and they decide to target you, you have been compromised. And probably also your organization. So these are the lessons learned from our study at Ericsson. This is basically what doesn't work and what does work. Because when you're facing a advanced persistent threat, this is the kind of things that we have on the left side of the ledger. If your organization, if you're deploying any of that, understand that you're just wasting your time, possibly even more dangerously, putting yourself in a situation where you think you're doing something good. So, any form of password-based authentication, completely useless. Independently of how long you have it, they know how to bypass it. Any OS-level administrative access control. So, you know that admin window that your boss, because he doesn't give you any password to change the background on your desktop, completely useless. They deployed rootkit immediately. Cloud-based authentication services. In the industry, it's very popular. Microsoft, whatever authenticator. Yeah, bam, gone, dead. What about you, actually, when you were talking about Cabros and the passwords there? Fine-grained access control. This is a funny one. A lot of people can get lost in the maze of, can I change the color of this font, or do we really want Carl here to have access to this particular file, right? The answer is you will lose track of your asset management, and you will sort of customize one name and names. I think they had 46,000 rules in their firewall. They've all manually entered in. Okay. Nope. Any closed source stuff that you're deploying, our experience is that a large portion of them have implemented backdoors. Anybody using Intel equipment with the management engine and the AMD version is a clear example of this. Complex stuff. If you can't audit it, it's not safe. VDIs, this is very funny because a lot of the drive in the big industry is like that, but if you just make them log in through a web browser into this cloud, then the information stays in the cloud. I'm sure they can't penetrate that, right? And FreeBear, I will, if I get to it, I will comment on it. But there is a problem, as I sort of alluded to in the Bensu example with money flow here. For the software that you're using, you are probably not the customer. Pain. Also very funny because there are a lot of sysadmins who think that if I just make my once a month, not 3 times a month, right, then we're going to become more secure. They're very hard data, but that's not the case. What will happen is the circumvention of your rules is going to increase in such a way that you will basically lose all the positive effects you have of your policies. And yeah, my favorite, access tokens. This has become the new scourge. Or if you like, the new backdoor to your system, because what they do is they sign a JWT, I think, Java Web Token. Is what does work. Hard information segregation. All of the militaries that are worth their salt, I mean the Russians, the Americans, the Iranians, they all do this. Public blockchains. We see that every day, right? Lots of value is being transferred over public blockchains. You don't see anybody. You don't see anybody attacking the blockchain. You can see them attacking the keys and getting access to the keys, but never the chain. Correctly configure cryptographics. Even the NSA can't take a correctly configured cipher, right? Hierarchical key stores. All the blockchain ones use them. So instead of having a random amount of keys, it's very good if you have them in hierarchical key stores. So you actually can manage the keys that you have. And now we're getting to the important part for you guys here. Type 1 hypervisor. I'm sorry to say this, but anything except the Type 1 hypervisor is, at least for the regulative part, not okay. But Qubes is the only option out there. None of the other competitors can actually deliver what the requirements require. Defense is out. So you don't have just one wall, you need to have a series of walls. And this is a little bit like and hopefully they will not be able to penetrate all the way in before your threat hunters detect stuff. 2FA apparently works. Well, provides a little bit of hindrance, I should say, because if you would check both the SolarWinds and the Bybit example, both of the times the attacker tried to register a secondary device but failed. They decided to circumvent it by attacking the access tokens instead. Rust. Really cool programming language. It closes a lot of loopholes. I'm a little bit surprised you guys don't use it more. You should. It's good for you. And yeah, Guardian protocols. We did check, and these 4 were the ones that really shined. These are open source, well established, protocols, mind you, not implementations, protocols, that we have seen be able to deter and dilute access. Now, what do I mean with hard information segregation? Now, here most people probably get it immediately, right? But yeah, if you're talking to managers, then I do have a video. Let's see if this works. If you're talking to managers, this sort of gets their attention, right? This is what we want to accomplish. See. Yeah, quick market comparison. Perhaps not surprising that the US Department of Defense is at the top up there, right? For people working at Ericsson, it's very funny to see Nokia here, obviously. But anyway, there is this scale. More pain, more security, less pain, less security. I don't know if you see my mouse pointer. I'll try to do it so that people on the video can see as well. This is where you want to be. Okay? Because over there by the US Department of Defense, you will not have very happy engineers. And this is where I think you should take your project. Because this is the flip side of the coin, right? We had 25,000 developers, and we talked to hundreds of them. People must be able to work efficiently, must support reasonable performance, must support reasonable functionality, and that includes shared clip profile transfer, screen sharing, must support up-to-date productivity software, and must support a broad ability for automated self-service. Those last two are sort of internal things, but I think you have most of this, right? It's not perfect, but at least it's working. So this is our target design. Imagine, as I said, this is a medieval fortress, right? So everything you see in blue is what we call the office zone. This is where all the marketing people and salespeople live. When the attack comes, we expect it to fall. We don't even put any form of effort of defending it, right? And then you have an inner wall where you have the development zone. This is where development takes place. And then beyond there, you have the inner sanctuary, or the keep, if you like. This is where the Git repo is. This is where they are not supposed to be under any circumstances, right? And if I zoom in a little bit, yeah, here we have our protocols that we use to try to accomplish this. This is the requirements. We want to be able to withstand the 200. Anybody who likes James Bond would understand the joke about double zeros, right? But 00 in this case means 0 days, 0 exploit. 0 days, 0 clicks. That means this is an exploit that can be remotely activated that is not publicly known. So we would like us to be able to withstand 2 of those and still keep integrity inside the Git repo. And yeah, if the keep would fall, we still want to have blockchain technology there so we can restore it afterwards. I won't say too much about how SolarWinds did when they found out that they had Russians in the build system. The answer is they don't know. They have no idea about the integrity of their code. And then you can think about what that means if you're a blue chip, US blue chip company, and you're buying their software, right? So a concept is called control information transfer. And all of the green stuff is stuff that every developer would like to see, right? And that includes like transferring information. The yellow stuff is stuff that can be a little bit more cumbersome. And the red one is, of course, what must not happen, not be allowed to happen. Somebody compromising the office environment must not be able to breach into the development environment and further on to fuck us up. This is how it looks when we're prototyping currently. So what you see here is sort of the layered stack. So, and this is also just a development container zoomed in. So if I go back here, you see that Bob has 4 containers running on his laptop. So this is zooming in on the yellow box. So you can see the layers, right? So you start with that you GPG sign all of the commits. You then use SSH that travels over IPsec tunnel over to the other side, where the SSH again, of course, authenticates, and then GPG verifies that the commits are signed. Now, the tricky part here, which is something that I'm like a little bit proud of, and I hope I get people who are interested in playing with this. We have a phone that we have sourced from scratch, where we're running the keys on, through something we call a key master, which means that even if, God forbid, somebody would break into the development container, it's still, when you're signing, you're going through GPG agent or SSH agent, and then it pops up on your phone. You say OK, and that goes over Bluetooth. And that phone, I mean, it is a phone, but we've disabled the modem. We just use the Bluetooth to be able to say OK, right? So an attacker, even if he would manage to do escalation on the Xen hypervisor, he would still have to penetrate the phone also on the other side. Yeah. Thank you. Anybody interested as a Telegram group? We're looking for guinea pigs. Questions?
I got one. So Bybit, right? It was supply chain hack, right?
Sorry, Bybit, yeah.
Yeah, Bybit, it was supply chain hack. I believe the JavaScript was edited, so it rendered different HTML code.
Correct.
So the guy saw whatever he was supposed to see. So how many third parties does one company use? Like Amazon, Cloudflare, GitHub, all the stuff. How do you... It's like a million-dollar question. How do you protect every third party employee?
Yeah. So let me answer that question a little bit more like narrow. If you're operating a bank, a nuclear power plant, a military contractor, then you need to answer that question very, very detailed. Right? Yeah. And you need to make sure that any subcontractor that you're using in that critical chain also needs to answer that question in very high detail. Because otherwise you're going to be standing there with those 1.5 billion going out of the window. Now, in this case, this is ludicrously badly set up. Because you're absolutely right. There was a JavaScript that was sort of changed in the end, and you should say that the attackers, they reverse engineered the wallet and the software. Then they made a customized version that only targeted Bybit. So all of the other users from Safe were safe, or I should say, purposely selected not to be targeted, as not to sort of sound the alarm, because there was one target that was a lot fatter than the others. And then, yes, it was deployed by using this access token. But if you're operating 1.5 billion in assets, You should have a little bit better protection, right?
In-house, I guess.
Well, I mean, the next one probably will, but yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for the talk. I dearly miss a buzzword of the industry in your presentation, and that is zero trust.
Oh, yeah.
Because the industry claims zero trust will solve all of our problems.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Do you want me to use it?
No, I just want to hear your opinion about it.
I mean, zero trust is a very important principle here. I'm just avoiding the buzzword. Because, okay, so let me point this. I mean, zero trust is like one of those kumbaya mantra things that you hear upper management talk about, right? Now, there is a very sound reason why I use zero trust. But upper management, I didn't feel that everybody understood it. They just used the buzzword. But there is a zero trust principle here that is very, very important. We do re-verify. There isn't just one intersection point. That's why you have the layered defense, right? Defense in depth is one of the antidotes, if you like, of zero trust. Another thing here is that, I mean, I could go on for an hour. I thought I had 25 minutes. I didn't want to destroy your entire evening. If you deploy this at the customer, we do threat hunting. And that's also an important part of zero trust. I think you might have sort of run into it because zero trust sort of conflicts with older systems. And then they tell you that your old system is bad and you can't use it anymore. I don't know if that's the case.
No, I understood about zero trust as the industry, the IT security industry tries to sell it as a panacea for everything.
Yeah, of course. But
so
that's what sales guys do.
You can dissolve the structure in your network because if you deploy zero trust the way one vendor tries to sell to you, then you don't have need for structure.
And this is unfortunately what you're describing is so true here, right? Because what you have is that you have a principle called zero trust, and that comes from expensive experience, okay? And then that is formulated by people with a little bit too thick glasses who are very academic. And then it goes over to marketing, and that's when it turns into this buzzword that you need to buy X because zero trust, right? It doesn't mean that the sales guy understands what the cybersecurity guy who sort of came up with the concept meant. He just wants to sell yet another expensive system to you, right? But I would say zero trust is a very important principle. Because what does that mean? One of the things is you should re-verify. And if I go back here, you see I'm re-verifying here. Oh, sorry, I'm verifying here. I'm re-verifying here. I'm re-verifying here. So I do have 3 layers. I don't just trust SSH to do the job. I also expect GPG to do the same job and IPsec. So that is one of the concepts.
Okay, thank you.
More questions? Oh.
So, about this picture on your phone, I'm not very familiar with the mobile phones development, but in security keys, the USB keys that you can buy, you can generate those GPG keys with the ability to attest them, right?
Yeah. Wow.
I mean,
okay. Yeah. Keep going.
To prove that there is only one copy and not it's protected by hardware.
You mean TPMs? Yeah. Trusted platform modules. Yes.
Right, like secure elements.
Yeah, exactly. Or secure elements. Yeah.
Do you have something like this in this phone?
Not in its current version. We are okay. So let me since you opened the topic, and this happens to be one of my pets here. We don't believe it's a good system that you just said, and that's from a pure usability perspective. people change devices. People drop devices in rivers. They run over them by the cars, and they get stolen on town, right? So if you want to have a good system, you need to have a strategy for changing devices. Now, for most crypto people, what they do is they have something that's called the master seed. And that master seed is usually printed on a piece of paper, and it contains 12 or 24 words, depending on your level of paranoia. And you keep them safe. Sometimes they even tear them to 3 pieces, and then they have one in Berlin and one in Hong Kong, whatever, right? But you have the master seed. That is sort of your randomness. And then from that master seed, we generate a device seed. And that device seed, in turn, then goes into first become identities, then protocols, and then the keys for said protocols. And yes, ideally, the master element here, or I should say the key vault, you see, it's called hierarchical key vault. That is stored in a secure element. But the keys that you use are reproducible, and that's by design. Because if you drop your phone in the river, you really, 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 really want to get your keys back. It's very expensive if you don't.
Maybe we could talk later.
Yeah. I'm sure there are going to be lots of beer here.
You can implement a hierarchy in the GPG structure that allows you to drop your phone in the toilet or whatever.
Yeah.
You can rotate the key, generate a new one, and then...
Yeah, well, that depends on what you're protecting with said key. Yeah. If this is your Bitcoin address, then you will...
What I'm saying is that you could have just sub-keys in the GPG.
Yeah, that's what we...
Right?
That's exactly what...
the master key somewhere else.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
doesn't go in your toilet.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly the system we do. But I mean, please quiz me later. That's why I'm here, right? Because I want the questions. More questions? Yeah.
Yeah. My question is around root of trust. You mentioned about management engine and essentially peripheral processors compromise.
Yeah.
So that would be great if you will add a couple of sentences to this.
I can make
2, 3. That's fine.
Yeah.
And you mentioned also Ledger. I had Twitter discussion with the Ledger people.
Yeah.
And ask them why I cannot get device which I can fuse with my own keys, and they said this is insecure. So, what's your opinion about root of trust and how to maintain it?
Okay, let's start with the first one. When you talk about root of trust, I'm saying this to everybody so that I understand what you mean. Usually, that means that you have something on the hardware which boots first. That's sort of God or Adam, whatever you want to call it, and he then sort of forms the next chain in that point, right? Now, on any x86 system, that's independent on whether it's Intel or AMD. There's a lot of closed source dark magic, where we strongly suspect that there are people who have separate access without going into details.
Mm-hmm.
Usually working for people who live west of us. And that's not good. But I'm a mere mortal, and I'm a poor cyber security researcher. If I would be a richer cybersecurity researcher, I would build my own hardware. And I would throw out everything that's x86. It is sort of in my star map. And when I'm talking to VCs, this is something I'm sort of asking, but it's not exactly inexpensive to do that. So we live in the world we live. And as long as you run x86, you are not going to have what I would call root of trust on your device. And this is something you have to talk with your psychologist about, unfortunately. Because, yeah, that's the reality of the world. Now, your second question.
Ledger.
Ledger, yes. I'm not here to sort of... well, I am actually. So let's get it out of the way. I don't recommend Ledger as a solution for storing your keys. Mostly about what you just said. I'm a like Linux kind of guy. I want my computer to be my butler, not my nanny. Ledger is a nanny. It's not a butler. Trezor, completely different policy. Nice Czech firm. I know their owners. If I can sort of punt somebody, go and get yourself a Trezor. Open source hardware. They are doing really, really, really cool stuff. Looking forward to working with them. If you want something a little bit more solid, please use my. Let's see. Please use the link because there is a hardware wallet that is completely written in Rust that is right on its way out that we are really excited to work with. And there you're going to have something that is like nice looking. It is like phenomenally written code, completely open, very nice guys. I talked to them on several conferences. And I really think this is something you guys should be really excited to support. Because if you add what they're doing to what Qubes is doing, then we actually get a better security system even for the small people. If that answers your question.
Okay, thank you very much.
More questions? No? I guess people want to go and drink beer, and I've already sort of run over. So I'll. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, you survived till the first half of the day one, because second half is with the beer in the hand. But we of course have a ritual that we have to thank our sponsors. So first of all, let's thank Freedom of Press Foundation for sponsoring. ExpressVPN. Malvat. And our silver partners, Nova Custom, NitroKey, and Power of the Brass. Okay, after party.
I don't know, can you read this? Because like Gleisdreieck, I don't know.
Yeah, Gleisdreieck.
Gleisdreieck Park. You're going to Gleisdreieck Park, and essentially you will get a beer. You need a wrist. If you don't have, go to Mitch. Mitch still gather the 20 euro entrance. If you want to drink more, you can load more. We will have to pay anything at the end. So if you after time knew that you will spend more, then please let us know, because like it will be from the sponsors' money, and of course we want to be reasonable.
We have very nice sponsors.
Yeah, we have great sponsors, but there are limits also, and also other logistics costs. So we cannot drink everything today.
There are a lot of wristbands waiting for you, so please, everybody who is going to be on the event, be there, because they could not let us in without wristbands.
Yeah.
There should be like reserved space for us.
Yeah, so yeah, that's the place, that's the address. It's also on cfp3m.com. And thank you very much. We see each other 10 a.m. if you can wake up, but I hope you can, because there will be great talks tomorrow. So please be at time, even with hangover. Okay.